Greetings, my friends. Thank you for watching this video, and if you would be so kind, please subscribe if you like what you see. Help our channel to keep growing and keep fighting the war to save pop culture.
This leak continues.
Would you look at that? It seems like we have ourselves a finished painting.
Soaking wet right now. I'm the Messiah. I am Marvel Jesus. Zip it, Sinead! Old, bald, Heaven's Gate looking motherfucker. That day! Pegging isn't new for me, friendo, but it is for Disney. I'm touching myself today.
Let's fucking go.
Hands dry, your dreams wet, and remember, hugs not drugs.
Well, that's just lazy writing.
It's true. That's just lazy, sloppily put together crap before the live stream. Who did that? Bob? Was that you? Hey, Bob.
Yeah, I can't even figure out how to turn my mic on. But yeah, no,
How you guys doing?
it'd be good to do like a theme around this one. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, goddamn, I can't think of something not Deadpool in that stream. It's Deadpool.
I mean, look, man, I had all these Deadpool green screens just sitting around. And I'm like, look, I've only used a couple of these. I might as well just throw them all sloppily on top of this kind of, randomly, somewhat generic pre-stream reel that I put together and just fucking pray for the best, man. Look, we got some compliments on it. So there we go.
I mean, it makes sense because we just recently had X-Men 97. So let's just, celebrate mutants. There's
Yeah,
nothing else that came out recently. So
nothing at all. Nothing at all. Well, I mean, nothing that came out recently, but I think maybe our guest came out at some point. Danimal the Bruce, how's it going, man?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
Yo.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, I had a
Fuck
frog
yeah.
in my throat. Give me 1 second. Oh.
Yeah, no problem. Get that shit out of there.
There we go.
I hate,
All right.
I hate when there are frogs in my throat. They just hang out in there, lay eggs. It's obnoxious.
Yeah.
So today we, are gonna. This is a long overdue thing, right? Like, we were gonna do it pretty much right after the debate, and then we really didn't. And then it was just kind of like such a frustrating experience to a degree, I think, for Bob and I when it happened that we're like, oh man, it was really stupid. And we'll get into the details of how it became, how it came to be, and how there's a reason that the debate between me and Organized Chaos, and then also PSA Sitch and Adam Friended on Valentine's Day 2023. There's a reason it's so kind of frustrating, even probably to listen to, I think, and that's because we knew going in what to expect, and we kind of planned our heels in the dirt, and weren't going to let what I assumed was going to be the goal was pretty much seemed like what their goal was with us, and we didn't want to let it happen. And so it was just a bit of deadlock and just frustration, and but we can look into some of that. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole debate, but I think we can get some stuff, glean some things out of it that'll tell us a bit about these guys, but probably not any more than Danimal can. You want to?
I was on their show twice.
Twice, huh?
Damn. Mm.
Yeah.
What did y'all talk about when you were on there?
Trans stuff.
Because they're advocates for that, or what?
They're a little on the fence.
A little on the fence,
to put it lightly.
Okay.
But yeah, I actually debated Edgier Than Thou, who I think you had on this podcast previously.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How did that go?
It went great. Actually, Kaya and I started a correspondence after that, or maybe before that.
That's good. Yeah, Kaya's awesome. Kind of came across their content a few months back now, and it was pretty impressive. And yeah, they've been become a friend of ours as well. Yeah. So what was the debate specifically? Was about trans stuff essentially?
Yes, it was trans stuff, non-binary stuff. I don't know. I think I sent you all the notes that I sent to Kai that we were going to talk about. It's mostly over I think it was initially going to be over trans kids, I guess. Mm-hmm. But then it just it meandered. It's not a great show. It's not as good as my show that I run on the internet. Which
right. Well, you
an episode in a year.
It's the best. Clearly the best.
Do you not wait? Have I ever told you what the name of my show is? Well, not my show. Oh, how far are we into the stream? Are you going to get demonetized?
Let's see. We are 9 minutes. Now we're good. Go for it.
We're good. Okay. It's called 3 Homos and a Pussy.
Nice.
Where we talk about gay stuff and trans stuff, and it's me
and cats,
a gay man, a bisexual, another gay man, and a woman.
Hey. And where can I see this show?
Well, you're never gonna find it if you put it in YouTube search results. But it's Kavah, Khavvah. But you know what? I'll be honest. You guys watch that show, you're probably gonna think I'm very far right.
Oh, are you hiding your power levels, man? Because
no, I'm not hiding my power.
You and I have been corresponding for
actually.
Several months
You know
now.
what? I would say that we're the biggest unofficial Dylan Mulvaney fan club because we think that she did nothing wrong.
She did nothing wrong. Like, what the fuck?
No, that's the weird thing about Dylan Mulvaney. Like when she was introduced, I had a negative impression of her, but like everything that comes out, it's like it just seems so overblown. It's just like she's just like living her life, and like people are like harassing her essentially.
At worst, it's cringe.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
at worst, it's cringe. But there was when she had the Bud Light can. Okay, let me ask you something. How many Bud Light cans exist with her face on it? Go ahead. Do you know?
0.
No, not 0.
Oh,
one more than 0. One. The one that they sent to her to do a little ad spot to her audience on Instagram. If no conservative channels blew that up, it would have just been a video to her Instagram audience.
Wow.
Like they've done it with influencers before. Like right. People were pretending like Bud Light was going to roll out cans with Dylan Mulvaney's face on it. And this resulted in bomb threats being sent to Bud Light bottling factories, shooting threats being sent to Bud Light bottling factories, and a couple getting beat up in front of a liquor store in Canada over buying Bud Light.
Has this ever occurred to you guys?
What?
That none of us believe in what we say. We just want hate clicks, money, and attention.
Well, yeah, I mean of course.
Yeah.
How else am I supposed to get that skrill? That cabbage, that dough.
We don't believe in the thing we're saying. We just say these things because it's popular to say the things we say, Bob. Is it popular to say the shit? I don't feel like it's...
no, it's totally popular. That's how come I have over 1 million subs now.
Are you making a lot of money, Bob? Because my channel isn't even fucking monetized. Like,
you should work on that. But no, I am not rolling in the dough.
You know why
I am working full time for a reason.
My channel got demonetized, and I could have monetized it by now, and I don't because of this type of shit. Because like then I can go, hey man, my fucking channel isn't even monetized. Every dollar that I make from this shit, you can account for by going to Patreon and seeing that it's like $84 a month right now, which is actually more than it's been in a few months. So you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just the kind of bullshit that we get on a regular basis, and it's like I don't understand how you can think this. You know how I don't know. Well, and by the way, who are
I just go with the wind. I get huge paychecks. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me, because I know that the Blaze just sent me a paycheck in the mail. I need to mobile deposit that real quick. Hang on. Okay, there we go. I'm 36 cents richer, guys.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, what's up, Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we just like to look. This is the popular content on YouTube. Clearly, we've hit a really popular trend here.
Is that hang on, let me search Acolyte on YouTube real quick and see what videos come up. Just
right.
One moment.
Yeah. You know, and then what's funny is they say things like hate content. We just do hate clicks. And I know that what they mean by that is that they're equating like us criticizing YouTubers they like with just hate. And you know, which really kind of fucking diminishes what actual hate is, you know.
Okay, you know what's funny? Hang on. I was joking about the Acolyte thing, but I pulled it up. The first 3 results, 2 of them are Mike Zero.
Oh fuck!
That guy's, you know,
and I'm not signed
another
in.
fucking level, man. Like, we haven't even covered him just because it seems like he's just what plane of existence
like
is
his narratives almost never catch on, but like he gets the views.
Who's watching that shit?
Well, I mean, it's the first 2 results when you search just the Acolyte on YouTube. And once again, I'm not signed in.
What's up, Terry?
So are you guys ready? So you do so you go into YouTube incognito tab. The first result is actually pitch meeting. Here, actually, I can bring this up. It's actually pitch meeting. So, you know, that's fine. You know, I don't have any issue with Ryan George. But after that, it is absolutely Mike Zero twice.
Oh.
And then fucking Mahler.
Oh, imagine that. EFAP.
I don't know what that is.
Um,
Filmento.
Hey, what's Mola doing here?
Hey, there's Star Wars Theory and our Mike Zero. Jesus, no wonder he rakes in the views. No,
I do love pitch meeting. I think that's a good bit.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I mean, as far as like one of the kind of like a little bit corny, you know, kind of long running YouTube bits. That's one of the ones that I still enjoy for the most part.
Yeah.
You don't watch Angry
I don't know,
Video Game Nerd anymore?
No, I do watch. Apparently,
well,
I
you
watch
know,
an hour and a half
I
videos
will-
about guys that don't know James Rolfe though.
Nice.
I will. I actually do still because my son watches video game videos, and that's one of the few I can watch with him. Oof.
You watch Angry Video Game Nerd with your son?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's not.
You
using
have to,
cursing
did
in that
you
or
have to
anything,
sit him
right?
down and give him the talk about how you shouldn't be eating buffalo diarrhea like the Angry Video Game Nerd suggests?
Wait, you don't? I do.
according to Dan Olson, Angry Video Game Nerd has been he's consistently making the same content he was like 15 years ago. So.
Yeah, it's great. Hey, you know what?
I mean, there's an argument. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that he says that's a good thing, and essentially, but yeah, there's man, the
So is
iceberg
Nostalgia
of
Critic. Just saying.
Tyrone's son. Oh yeah. Oh look, we got a fucking Eric of July shot over here. He knows the lore, man. He knows the lore.
Yeah, we're building a deep lore here.
Yeah. Oh, that Eric July, man. Like, you know what? As a matter of fact, I got some new stuff from him. We should check that out because
God, you know, I would love to stop talking about him, but he is a nonstop, just like content, like.
Well, hey,
Like,
to be.
I mean,
I
he's
just don't know
what?
how to say it. Like,
He's a locale
just-
now, right?
yes, he just.
Can I say this?
Keeps
I
on
wanna- I'm
saying
gonna
shit.
say
And it's
this.
like fuck.
I want to say this because it seems like we got one of his fans in the audience. Him becoming a law cow was an arc, which began with Bob's debate with him. I fucking believe that. You know what I mean? Like, and he, of course, he did it to himself essentially with his post-debate, fucking cope stream that he did. But like, that's what started it. And then, we were able to take clips of his fucking cope and just like spread those all around. And other people saw, oh wait, people with larger platforms, people that are more, dedicated to fucking trolling Eric July than we were, saw that and they're like, oh wait, there's something here. And I'm talking about, of course, Vito and what's his name? Dick. And from there it was just like basically Ethan Van Sciver saw weakness in him basically and fucking cut him off. He fucking severed Eric from the whole thing, and they had their little Comicsgate war and whatnot. But it's just and it's nonstop now. Everybody fucking goes after this dude. He went on this Pop Culture Crisis show, and this happened.
Can I just say that's what I admire about you is your absolute humbleness and saying that I started this whole thing.
I didn't say me. I said Bob. It was Bob.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, I just took clips of what was fucking objectively hilarious from that cope stream, and I made lots of memes. So did Pop Counterculture. Made some great videos from that shit, and we spread them around. That's all we did. Bob went in there, unassuming, thinking, Eric July, thinking I'm gonna fucking, mow down this motherfucker or whatever. And Bob got like what 4, 5, 6 kind of fucking just like crippling blows against him. Like he there was nothing he could do about it except cope and melt down for 2 hours after the stream.
Hey, I just love the fact that Isom is a superhero because otherwise his mom will yell at him.
Yeah.
There's no better reason. I mean,
Eric did, for the most of the debate, Eric did exactly what he does, which is to obfuscate. And then like whenever he couldn't really do anything else, he started getting angry and yelling and threatening and shit like that, which to his audience, that's a win.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was those few moments that to anybody with actually a critical eye knows did not look great for him. But
well, I mean, you're never going to see an internet debate where it's going to change somebody's mind, somebody's audience that they're watching their guy debate somebody. They're always going to think they're going to win. And the other
there were a couple of
is
people in
always
Bob's
they're gonna
audience that I saw that were like, I was kind of on board with him with Eric, and then he started talking about your family and all this crazy shit, and yeah.
Those
But
are
check this
Russian
out.
bots.
Crazy Cat said, Eric, what are the plans for the Rippaverse when Daddy Glenn shuts the money hose off because of diminishing returns?
Give me the damn money, Glenn.
But if Glenn wants to give me the money, I'll take it.
We need the Glenn bucks.
Well, yeah, give us the Glenn bucks,
Come
man.
on.
Damn, where is it at?
So now he's got to answer for that shit all the time.
What show is that?
Pop Culture Crisis, which is apparently a Tim Pool planted show.
For real?
Yeah, apparently those guys, people were in that show were kind of propped up by Tim Pool. So
He isn't. Did you see he started a new media thing called Tenet?
yeah. I mean, because I made the joke that I was like, "Oh, Tenet, like that movie." So is it going to be like, what did I say? It's going to be incomprehensible and backwards.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna
kinda
be
is.
backwards.
Zing.
I think there's a Dave Rubin video that's not been on there for like at least 2 months. It's only got like 400 views.
Oh my god.
Oof. Like oof.
I mean, yeah, I think I have a clip from it actually. I forget what this was, but I know I have it in my downloads. So we'll discover this together.
Conservatives,
Tenant on YouTube,
and not all of them, because a lot of them, obviously, with what the Daily Wire is doing, there's an effort to push back, though. They're trying.
The movies suck. Sorry, they do.
Yeah.
And it's also because, and look, I like Gina Carano very much, but if you frame these movies like Run, Hide, Fight, or Terror on the Prairie as this is our version of the Girl Boss, you're still operating with.
Hey, Danimal, you want to take a guess who the other voice is that's going to appear on screen here in a second?
Well, let's see. Let's see. We got a British man here. It's probably another British person.
It is.
Within the paradigm.
exactly
one of the things that drives me crazy about the Daily Wire in particular is that they've got all of these resources and they're producing not great things because they're thinking about the left.
Yeah.
Right. They're thinking.
So like just them shitting all over Daily Wire's content is fucking hilarious. That's why I have this. I forgot.
Yeah.
Man. So
I like what he describes as a conservative movie in here, though.
Right.
It's like just the most basic. Like it's like really like that's like conservative values. It's just like a hero fights a villain. Are you?
Because they don't do that anymore in the woke shit. They're now.
Yeah.
No, you never see that. Yeah. No.
Disney movies never do that.
No, they never do that. No, you never see that in Marvel movies either, where there's never like a villain that a hero rises up to fight against. No.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Pink Bunny. That is true. That is true. I mean, it changed. It didn't necessarily change a whole lot of people's mind, as in like I'm going to vote for Trump now, but it definitely changed a lot of people's minds about how confident they were voting for Biden winning.
To be fair, when I made that statement, I was speaking specifically about parasocial relationships and like social media. Not the,
and
not
we know that Donald Trump doesn't have any parasocial fans.
Oh, true. Yes, I know. Yeah.
No. But speaking of Sargon of Akkad, didn't you tell me that Adam and Sitch, like one of their most popular guests that they have on still, because they have seen fairly diminished views and engagement in recent years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like one of the most popular people they have on is Sargon, and then I think you said Mahler.
Yeah, that's usually their most viewed videos. But to be fair, recently, and by recently I mean in the last like 2-3 years, maybe. Whenever they have Sargon on, it's because he said something stupid and they want to debate him. Like they debated him over that he doesn't believe in science anymore. I think he made the case that he would rather drive across a bridge that was made by trial and error rather than somebody using science to build a bridge.
Does he not know that that's essentially science? Is how you do trial and error?
He does not. So
you're not just trying.
It depends upon the child of God. No, he doesn't.
You're not doing just random things as trial and error. You try something, then based on the scientific method, you try something else.
Yeah. So I will give them that. They also debated him over because he thinks liberalism is actually no. Here's his position on liberalism. He thinks that liberalism needs to be excised from society because it will always lead to wokeness. So you can't have liberalism. We need a new system. We need something that's different than like enlightenment and liberalism. So they did debate him over that, and they did a pretty good job defending liberalism. But I mean, I guess now it doesn't really matter they defended liberalism because now they're supporting, I guess Adam's back to being undecided. But yeah, he's supporting the most illiberal candidate that I think has ever run in at least our lifetimes, if not American history. I mean, I don't even know who would compare to a president
Biden, right?
Did a coup. Yeah, Biden. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was a take about that. Oh,
yeah.
That essentially, hold on. No, you know what? We'll get into that later. Because first, I wanted to talk about.
Oh yeah, you guys want to talk about yourselves, don't you? Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Do your debate.
I mean, that's what this is originally about. I mean,
So
it's
if you
not
guys
like
read Amazing Fantasy 15.
Jordan Owens, I don't know who that is. I mean, honestly, like, you know, if somebody isn't like coming across our field of vision, you know, to a certain degree, we're probably not going to cover them just because, you know, we do kind of have a niche here. The guest is Danimal the Bruce. Did I not put our names not up? What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
that. No, I'm not. I'm a nobody.
He's not a nobody. He's somebody to us, or you know,
Names
and
should come up when the comments clear.
To Adam and Sitch, especially, and that's what matters.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Let's see. Where layouts? How the fuck? Where the fuck?
I put them up just when the comment goes down. They should go up.
Oh, in the comments, got you. Jordan Owens, the guy who worked with Davis Arini attacking. Okay, back in the gamer days. Come on, man, you got to try harder than that. Like you were you, like you're literally nobody. I mean, most people are nobodies. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your fucking metric here? I'm gonna keep you in chat, and I'm gonna challenge you to do better trolling, man, because you're fucking terrible. Please.
Who are you fighting?
I believe in you. I think you can be a better troll. I think you put a little effort into it, you'll do well.
See, I hired this guy to help as a prompt to remind us to stay on track. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. So I need to bring up that debate now. I do know that we need to skip through the first like 20 minutes or so because it was the last time I tried to watch this on stream. The first 20 minutes is bullshit.
Well, it's all about like kind of setting us up, essentially, doing some weird shit.
Are there people seriously still basing their usernames on Rittenhouse? I mean, that was like 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what your guys' opinion. I mean, I could probably guess your opinion on Rittenhouse.
What is it?
the Gage Grosskreutz missing bicep. That's the guy that was shot in the arm by Rittenhouse when he was like raised his gun to him.
Oh,
well, I mean, yeah, the people that are going to be trolling us are not going to necessarily be the kind of folks that are, you know, keeping up with things that are going on right now. They're still trying to process shit that happened a couple of years ago, generally.
Hey, man, there's no better place to live than the past, you know.
Oh yeah, I always like to think back on when everything was shut down for COVID. It was good times.
Is that still like I swear, like is that username there just to trigger the libs?
What's that?
That is
not super effective because I actually didn't know the reference till you told me.
Yeah, I had no idea, man. Yeah. So I think this is the debate. I think this is it. Let's see.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be the hero. I'm an idealist, a guardian of justice, a champion of the downtrodden and oppressed, an angel of hope for lost souls trapped on the edge of oblivion. How long has he been missing?
What happened to your teeth?
I was in an accident.
Like a car accident?
Dentist. Accident. How long has he been missing?
He's not missing. Trevor broke up with me.
He didn't say why.
No, he...
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, what are we watching?
I'm sorry. I'm getting kind of hot and flustered over that voice.
This is the I think, as far as I can tell, the sole creative output from Adam Friended, other than his art, which I did look. I'll say it on stream. His art that I've seen on his website that's like not really about anything in particular, but it's just like seems to be disconnected from internet discourse, at least as far as I can tell. Pretty good. The guy's got talent.
He's a good painter. You know, actually he did painting for Bob, you're gonna love this. He did painting for Oingo Boingo. I think he designed a t-shirt.
Oh, nice.
He also did, yeah.
That's kind of like how Ethan Van Sciver did artwork for Jordan Peterson's book, you know. These guys,
I don't think Oingo Boingo's like
quite the same, but
I do have the only Oingo Boingo album I have is Only a Lad, I think, which is a good one to have.
I had the best.
I'm gonna find that. Just give me a minute.
Other one, I don't remember the name.
But anyway, Oingo Boingo is a good band.
Yeah, they're solid. Danny Elfman before he did soundtracks.
For sure. But yeah, Adam's art is pretty good. I mean, that SJW Detective's a little. I'll be honest, it's a little cringe.
All right, so we got a 3-hour stream here. It was this whole thing. I don't know how long they stayed on after we left. I will say that I ended up leaving after getting to the exact point that I figured I would get to. So before we get into it, quick rundown. I started YouTube 2019, specifically to talk about Ethan Van Sciver. And then as I started making content, I learned there's actually other guys that do this kind of bullshit. But the first or second video I made about Ethan Van Sciver, there was this guy showed up in my comments named Adam Friended, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to come on our show and talk about this stuff or whatever?" Fuck. And he was like, not hostile, but it was still kind of bizarre to me because he had, a large subscription base, and I had like maybe a few hundred subs, and it just was like, why would you want to talk to me about this? And luckily I had made friends with a guy named One Species at that point. And he had some experience with Adam and Sitch, that being that he had been on their show before, and they kind of seemed to, I don't know how much of an ambush it was or anything, but they definitely kind of tried to pigeonhole him and as holding all these positions that they wanted to attack. And they did that, and it kind of went off the rails a bit. He told me that was not the discussion that was set up. Like, it wasn't set up as a debate necessarily. It was just going to be a, kind of friendly discussion turned into clearly a debate. And so I knew, I should probably not go on that stream. Fast forward a couple of years, and the initiative kind of got together, and me and Bob and I don't remember who else was on with us that night. We're talking about Nerdrotic. Adam shows up in chat. My channel name had changed probably twice at this point. And so I don't even know if Adam at that point knew who I was, or maybe he'd forgotten, for all I know. But he was talking specifically to Bob on Bob's channel, saying that he, hey, you want to come on our show and talk about Fight Club or whatever? Very specific, just topic for a video. I wanted to watch a video about Fight Club.
I mean, I am very famous for my Fight Club videos.
Right.
I just make Fight Club videos nonstop.
In my view, in my estimation, it was probably the goal was to like have something where they could bring up masculinity and toxic masculinity and just like basically pin a bunch of stuff on Bob and make him defend it, make him into a law cow or whatever the fuck. And I told Bob, I was like, don't agree to that, unless, I wanted to explain to him what I knew first. And we talked about it and stuff. And then originally it was supposed to be you and Ed from Pop Counterculture.
Yes.
Because I didn't think that I would be a good fit on there, because I was like, once I know somebody is like a deceptive piece of shit, I have a hard fucking time hiding it, and I didn't want to go on there and just like start fucking tearing into Adam and make us look bad, make whatever. So, but then they had wanted Valentine's Day as the date, and turns out Ed actually had better shit to do, was then hang out with his girlfriend.
What?
And me and Bob didn't. So. We did it, and I managed to hold my shit together till the very end. I told Bob beforehand, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hold it together, man, but at a certain point I'm not going to anymore, just to let you know. Once I think that like, okay, productive discourse is done here, I'm gonna just fucking lay into him. And I did eventually. And that was fun. But anyway,
Yes, it was I don't know. I was at that point where I was kind of just doing any conversation that anybody wanted to do, and if you're following the channel, there came a point where I got kind of sick of that, and then now I've gotten to a point where I'm kind of open to it again, but nobody wants to do a conversation anymore. So
you got into a couple of wild ones, man. There was that
what
was that? There's like 3 of them that I can't. They all kind of blend together in my mind. I think Ed debated a couple of them too, where it was like, what fucking reality are you existing in?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Guyver, who has,
I can see why.
let's just say a few problematic views, you were willing to defend him.
Well, Ethan Van Sciver is like a sexist, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being a sexist.
There's far more.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with being a sexist?
No.
But let me just get you on the record right now. You're okay with sexist?
Whose edit is this, by the way? I forget.
This is mine. I remember doing this forever ago.
Cool.
Sexism is fine. Yes, I have no problem with sexism.
Oh yeah, here's our intro.
It's
Old intro.
just-
Okay.
I remember even like
our fine.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I remember even like when Adam said that on the stream, like even Sitch was like taken aback. Like he's like, are you joking right now? Like I can't tell.
Well, like a while later, he tries to say like, "Oh, well, I just mean sexist jokes," and it's like, why didn't you say that then?
I think,
Because
yeah,
it's not what.
To give him the benefit of the doubt, I think it was a common thing around the time to be like, well, if you're gonna call me racist, sexist, homophobe, transphobe, then you know what? Yes, I am. Whatever. I'll just defang that accusation and just fully admit to it. Now let's have a conversation. So I to be good faith, I think that's what he was doing, was like just defanging the accusation.
So being good faith, you're essentially saying that he was being bad faith.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good strategy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the smartest strategy.
Fortunately, I was not on camera then either, so you guys don't have to see me twice today.
Oh God, I'm on camera twice now.
I do think it was weird. It was weird. Even Sitch's reaction at the time was like, are you joking? Like I can't.
And that's the guy that had just not too long before had tried to make the argument that somehow She-Hulk is Marxist.
I mean, yeah. Did you not read Did you not see the Communist Manifesto episode?
Right. I saw the meme I made about it.
Ibram X. Kendi did a great job writing that series, but
I mean, to be fair, I never saw the show, so I don't know how Leninist it is. But
I mean, but the reason, like this kind of the thing is that, I don't believe that they were necessarily prepared for the amount of pushback on that type of claim that we gave. So like us trying to insist on them explaining why this is an explicitly political statement for Jen Walters to say, hey, women have to watch out because they might get murdered sometime. You know what I mean? Like, which if you just talk to some women, that is not an uncommon, kind of sense that they have to, murdered. Okay. But like, maybe you say that's a little overboard, but to be careful for their safety. Yes, they do have to do that in various places. More so than men. If you don't realize that, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, but like, and so we were just trying to like, why is that fucking political though? Why is it not just the experience that women sometimes have, right? And he ended up kind of just walking himself into this fucking corner where he said that it's essentially kind of an expression of Marxism, of like CRT. I don't know if he said CRT or not, but like essentially, Marxist thought that like, idea of, I don't remember. We'll see. We'll get there.
Well, it's like you're supposed to when you're looking for Marxism in media, what you need to look for are all the little connecting threads, and you need to be looking outside the media itself to see what statements that the people have made, and then also connect those threads. If they've ever said equity, that's a communistic term. Did you know that?
I mean, Mike, I think that you didn't understand the conversation, my friend. I mean, I understood it quite well. I don't think Sitch understood the conversation, or he just was so intent on having a certain conclusion to the dialogue that he became unreasonable. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Viewers get. Oh wait, your fine viewers are going to get you on the other end, right?
There.
Okay.
It was my dad's car that I inherited.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he had a car.
He tried to tell me a car is just about getting from A to B, and I was like, "This car is going to get me to home base." Doing Sitch? How is everyone?
Good.
So we're joined today by two very special guests, Organized Chaos.
And one more thing before we get going here. Where is it?
I will say my first car was a 1979 Lincoln Continental Collector Series, and in that back seat.
No, I know we're
never
not
saw any action. I was very much yeah. What's up?
My first car was a 1980 Pontiac station wagon. Fucking tank.
Did the seats reverse in the back?
Yes. There's 3 rows of seat. The back were reversed, but yeah.
Now those were the cars that you brought the drive-ins. Those were the best.
I had a 95 Nissan Sentra, so I was a little bit lucky, I suppose. And this was in 99, so not so bad.
Well, I remember that.
No, we're
car
not
got
getting on
12
EFAP.
miles
We've
to
had
gallon.
it because they are afraid to speak with us. That's just objectively true.
Us and actual fandom. It's actual fandom, right, Dan?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Well, we're
Organized Chaos, his name is Bob, and actual fam's name is Dane. So.
Right. So we're probably going to call them Bob and Dane. And I told them before the stream got started that this, we're going to try to have a good faith debate here. We're not.
Is it weird that I think it's weird that you would have to say that?
Yeah.
Like, in the way he talks about it before, at this point, before we're actually live on their channel, he's like, no, don't worry, we're going to be all good faith and everything. And it's like, why would you think that we would think you're not going to be? Well, probably because they know they might have a reputation. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not going to try to own each other on the internet. I have put together 3 questions, and I want to ask you guys 3 questions. They're not difficult questions. We're happy to answer the questions.
So I feel, do they do this every time where like they kind of set the conversational, the conversation and choose the topics when they bring people on?
Not like this structured typically. Usually they'll just roll into a conversation. It'll be talking about bullshit, current event, maybe the media that they agree on, entertainment, and then I'll just roll into from there. It's like that. Yeah. Even when I saw this, I was like, this is weird. Like this is almost like an interrogation.
Yeah.
And I just always thought that this one was like weird, this show.
Too. And I know you guys probably have questions for us. Obviously we're both content creators, and I think we are more towards the anti-woke side, and you guys are maybe closer to the woke side. And I don't want to get bogged down in terms at the moment, but we can work those out. I'm muting, I think, Dane, because I think you got some background noise going, Dane. But
so at the time, I think I hear it now, but at the time I didn't hear shit, and I thought this was a move, like a tactic. You know what I mean? To set up something where he could like fucking turn me off anytime I was becoming inconvenient or something like that.
No, them controlling the audio on their show is always a big thing. Where like they hate the clicks, they hate the background noise. Yeah, that's normal.
We'll let you fix that up, and then we'll get started. So I guess we need to. Sitch, do you want to say anything before we get started? Before I ask question 1, maybe you guys.
I do want to say something.
Okay.
I want to thank our surrogate.
Okay. So yeah, we're happy to answer questions about that. Like I said, I have 3 questions. I'll just start off with the first question here, and I direct it to both of you. Okay. Are owls birds?
I
Bob?
don't even know what the point is. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. We don't want to give it away if Dane doesn't know. Dane?
They technically are. It's just like a different type of bird. I forget.
Oh, okay.
Forget the type, but I have learned about that at one point.
Great. Excellent. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. So that's 1. You guys already look. And we're all in agreement here. We all agree owls are birds. Okay.
You guys have
some people in the chat.
Meme.
I mean,
was that a
really,
meme? I was really
it's a show. That's a meme from the show because they had another guest that was emphatic that owls weren't actually birds.
Okay, so there's actually a history. I thought that was just like a generic question just to maybe throw us off or something. Because I was
these 3 questions are show memes. Yeah, these are all memes from the show. That to like somebody who's uninitiated and like it's being asked like this this weirdly.
You can tell from my reaction. I'm like, the
why
fuck
it's
is
like,
this? What?
Yeah, I can totally understand like why it's off-putting, but no, that's a show meme.
I thought it was just like a baseline type reading type thing. Like, if you know this, then we kind of have an idea of where, I don't know. But yeah, it makes sense that it's just a meme because that's kind of just what these guys do.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
It's funny. I think the guy that did that, his name was Doomer or Doomer Politics or something like that. That was a guy on the show. And he got famous for making like an anti-Vosh video, which, like, if you're going to get famous off of something, why not go for the lowest hanging fruit possible?
What's the deal with the glasses?
What glasses? The deal with the glasses?
Yeah.
That's just another show meme.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to get famous off of something, like, why not get famous off of a Vosh dunk video? But this Doomer Politics guy,
right?
He kind of doesn't show up anymore. I think it might be that a guy paid him to make a Hassan takedown video in the same style, and he never did, and kind of took the money and ran. I'm not sure. I know that's like a rumor around. Maybe I'm spreading falsehoods, but yeah. But anyway.
So I want to get into like how they use woke, and in fact how they frame the question about wokeness too.
Disagree with it? You can go ahead and chime in. Against wokeness that doesn't automatically get you labeled a racist, sexist.
Okay, so the question was: is there a criticism against wokeness that doesn't get you labeled as as they say nowadays, an hysterophobe? I don't know if they say that, but that's what certain folks are saying these days.
Yeah, and I believe my follow up is I don't even know what the fuck woke means.
Yeah, that's what we end up on, and they tried to avoid that. I think they kind of suspected or maybe they watched where I had challenged this word with Jim the Casual, before, I don't know, and they I think they were trying to get away from that potential avenue, but I wasn't going to let them because I want to know what the fuck we're talking about when we use this word.
Is this around the time when that book author was on the news and she wrote a whole book about woke and she couldn't?
It was right around the time.
Yeah, it wasn't too far off, but yeah, that was just a great moment.
So, and this is like in the context of movies and television. So if you want to criticize a movie for what you would perceive as wokeness, is there any way to do that without getting labeled racist?
Well, first we're getting into terms now. What would you define as wokeness?
Okay. Sitch, do you want to read the definition of wokeness that we have?
Do you want me to read?
So this is interesting to me because he's do you want to read the definition that we have? And then Sitch is like, which one? So like there's at least two choices that they could have gone with. So like which one do you fucking operate on, man? Like
yeah.
Helen's.
Yeah, I think Helen's works.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if I agree with it 100%. If you want to get, why don't you can give it, or actually I should read it because you can't read.
Yeah, that'd probably be helpful.
So Helen Pluckrose.
Wherever you disagree with it, you can go ahead and chime in. How about that?
Well, it's kind of long, but basically she says wokeness is the belief system which holds that all society is permeated by systems of power and privilege like white supremacy, patriarchy, imperialism, cis normativity, fat phobia, ableism, but that most people cannot see these systems. This is the belief system that insists we are all unavoidably socialized into holding racist, sexist, homophobic beliefs as unconscious bias. It asserts that we need to be trained to see them, affirm our own complicity in them, and commit to dismantling them using the methods that people call themselves social justice activists or diversity, equity, and inclusion trainers. It does not generally focus very much on issues of socioeconomic class unless it is a compounded factor in the oppression of people who are not straight white men. Now, I would I agree with all that, but the way that the kind of the shortened way that I look at wokeness and define it is essentially it's the idea that the principles of liberalism and universal individual rights will not solve the problems of racism, sexism, transphobia in our society. And so we need to discard these liberal ideas and approach a more leftist approach to society. That's how I define wokeness.
So do away with individual freedom.
Individual rights.
Okay, I think it's important to stress when you have to spend this long on a definition, the word's not very useful.
I mean, I would agree there.
Considering how many people use it so much, and then like it means all that, and we don't ever stop to fucking interrogate
it's like a small essay.
So, so here's a big overarching theme, and I would say core belief of the Sitch and Adam show is that they're very focused on maintaining liberal values, and they're against illiberalism. Right. So something that would violate like Enlightenment liberal values or anything that would, and let's dive into liberal values real quick, where it's, equality under the law, that, nobody's judged except for the content of their character. That's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about liberal values.
And I don't think that like by and large, like a lot of the things that get thrown under the woke banner, I don't think do violate that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm
like
Adam just jumps right to like losing personal liberty and shit. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the connecting thread is there. I mean, I could probably make some leaps, but I'm thinking about calling like She-Hulk woke now, because we were about to launch into a conversation where they talk about She-Hulk being woke, and what's illiberal about She-Hulk, or even if you look at the third episode of Last of Us, which was a huge oh, this is the wokest shit ever that's been on television because two guys are kissing and in love. What's illiberal about that?
The seems to be, this only kind of holds true with some of the more recent clips that I've been looking at, and we've got a few of them too. That it's, at least with Adam, I don't know how deep Sitch is into this fucking mode of thought, but the big leap from somebody asking you to use certain pronouns, or maybe you might get fucking suspended from Twitter or something, to being equal to fascism, or equal to losing some fucking fundamental right. I don't get it. I don't get where that comes from. You know what I mean? It's bizarre to me, but let me see.
I mean, it's I'm thinking about it in terms of like legislative history. So we're talking about any legislation that would impinge on your individual rights. And in the United States, I can't think of anything where anybody who I would who even I would say, this is a woke person, has even become close to the levers of power where they would be able to do anything like that.
Well, I mean,
or go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to repeat myself, because I kind of went off on a fucking tangent about this on a video or stream not too long ago, where I watched some, the clip of them watching, some clips of them watching that discussion on Daily Wire, where they were just straight up hey, maybe democracy's just kind of played out and we need to do some authoritarianism. That whole conversation they had.
Right. Yeah.
And they're watching that, and I haven't seen the whole thing, but seems from what I saw, they don't really engage with that conversation for what it's actually saying. And they seem to be just kind of bypassing what the Daily Wire guys are discussing as, hey, what are the merits of fucking ending democracy? And then they kind of just obfuscate, and they're talking about how, which side is more pro freedom? Is it the side that, is it the right, or is it the left who wants to jail you because you don't have the same opinions as them or whatever? And it's where the fuck is any of this coming from? It's just such a histrionic fucking over dramatization of anything that's actually happening. It reminds me of, I don't think it's any coincidence either that didn't they get their start kind of covering Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, I mean, the first Sitch and Adam show is Jordan Peterson debating something
Right.
Eric Dyson.
Jordan Peterson, who, fucking said, was acting like Bill C-16 was going to put people in prison for misgendering people. And, it hasn't,
I mean, it was basically Bill C-16 was just adding gender identity to categories that you can't discriminate against in housing or employment.
But it's the same kind of I don't agree with that necessarily the theory of white fragility or whatever the fuck is. I don't know. I haven't read the book. I've heard some pretty sound criticisms of that whole, I forget her name who wrote that book, but
Robin DiAngelo.
That does strike me as male, cis fragility. If someone says, hey, can you respect this person's gender identity, essentially, and then you're like, they're going to put me in prison, they're going to fucking take my rights away. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Anyway, people are using it in the way that you're talking, and even if we're talking about in a movie or a TV show, what you just described, a lot of it was a belief system, and how are we going to determine
we're not straight white men? Now, I would I agree with all that, but the way that kind of the shortened way that I look at wokeness and define it is essentially it's the idea that the principles of liberalism and universal individual rights will not solve the problems of racism, sexism, transphobia in our society.
Okay, so yeah, that there is a big leap right there.
Yeah,
he's more subtle about it. With Adam, it tends to jump out at me, what he's doing. That's oh, what are you talking about? Somehow, maybe it's just the tone or something. Sitch seems a little bit more subtle, but there's no reason to think that liberalism needs to be abandoned in order to just treat people, in ways that doesn't inflict on your rights, or doesn't take away any of your rights to be marginally, respectful of other human beings.
But you got to see gays on TV now.
True.
You don't have the right to not see that.
Oh, no.
Well, look, we do have a pretty solid counter here in chat. True.
Yeah, we are.
Shit, he got us. Oh,
substantive, very substantive.
Damn. Yeah.
Society, and so we need to discard these liberal ideas and approach a more leftist approach to society. That's how I define wokeness.
So do away with individual freedom,
individual rights, individual liberty,
right?
Things of that nature.
Which ones are those?
Is that? I mean, what? Do you have a definition of wokeness that you use?
No, because it's not a term I use. I am literally just calling out things like bigotry when I see it. I don't see it as a wokeness thing, because wokeness has become such a confused term. Even that huge definition right there, you went over so much stuff. It's like, what are we even talking about anymore? Like practically everything could be called woke under that definition. This idea. Okay. Well, we can specify a bit more. Can you give me an example of something you call woke?
Well, I was going to say that, like, I mean, even if you want to, I don't really think that that's because woke originally just meant a pretty specific thing in regards to the African American community. It's been around since like at least the early 20th century. It was in a blues song. And like Bob, I don't use the word. Like the only time I end up saying it is whenever there's other people that, accusing me of being woke because I said, hey, that's racist or something like that. And it gets thrown around to such a degree that I don't think most people are using it in the way that you're talking. And even if we're talking about in a movie or a TV show, what you just described, a lot of it was a belief system. And how are we going to determine that something in a movie has a belief system and isn't just, treating individuals with respect?
And that becomes actually kind of the crux of the She-Hulk argument, I think, is that they're insistent that a writer is going to put their political agenda into, the writing, and it can't ever be like, they don't seem to understand writing a character, that you can actually write a character that believes the exact opposite things of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
you can give that character an arc to
True.
You can write a main character that has lots of flaws.
You can't, if you're going to give a character arc, you can't have it be, part of it be in one episode and another part be in another episode, because then that's not really an arc, according to Sitch.
An arc resolves itself within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
No,
you talk about losing
individual
liberty and freedom, and it's like I feel like it's the opposite of that. I feel like you're by treating people with respect and not like labeling with a broad brush or whatever, that that actually gives more people liberty.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up an interesting point, which is like, originally the term woke from the early 1900s, it was really a term in the Black community that meant to be aware of the dangers of racism. Very often it would be like, oh, if you're it's the early 1900s and you're Black and you're walking through like a neighborhood that was more of a white neighborhood, it's like stay woke, be aware that some white person can come over and like try to hassle you or attack you or something. And then that kind of recently, I think, it's been kind of hijacked and evolved into this sort of.
No, they may not have had the theory of it worked out whenever they were saying woke, in the earlier 20th century or in the 60s or whatever. Some did, but it was definitely being used, on a case by case basis, but not as a systemic analysis. But where do they think that the system of oppression definitely still existed then? You know what I mean? As far as there's a reason why you could be a white person and start a fight with a Black guy in the 60s in certain areas, a lot of areas probably, and then just not get in any trouble while the Black guy did legally. You know what I mean?
I mean, Emmett Till was what, in the mid 50s?
Yeah.
And what did he do? Just whistle? And he got shot in the head.
Yeah.
And then a cotton gin fan tied around his neck and thrown in a river.
So I mean, that's just an expression of that same system, hierarchical system of oppression. And I know these types of words like oppression. I recognize that certain people feel those words hit them wrong, and they kind of just become resistant to it. And I guess get over it. But like, yeah, it's that seems to be the case here too. Is that these guys don't want to see it. Like, yeah, sure, there's racism on a case by case basis. I think they would say that someone can be racist, right? Someone can be sexist. Someone can be this, that, but like they think that just happens in a vacuum. They pops up and it's like an individual fault or something. Can you explain that at all, Daniel?
Well, it's a resistance to like the whole systemic racism argument where like, the argument from the left is that America was founded as like a white supremacist nation, or rather from the far left as like a white supremacist nation, right? I'm sure you've heard that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a resistance to that whole thing. But I think it's fair. I mean, look at the geography, the demographic geography of our nation and like where people of different racial groups live at this. I mean, that's echoes from the past. That's people that were pushed into those areas, especially like here, like, where I am, like there was a very specific push to create these racially segregated neighborhoods in the way that they are. I mean, we had de facto segregation up here, and it still echoes to this day.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's fair to look at the past and look at what's going on today and say, it's an argument over what the contributing factor is, but it is a factor.
It's I'm from the deep South in Texas, and like I've talked before about how I grew up in a 99% white little town, but then like the next city over was there's a lot of people of color, a lot of black people, a lot of Hispanic people, and it was a much more kind of a rundown town. You know what I mean? Like there's just compared to where the little town I grew up, which is a nice little place for the most part. That place over there was like you as a little white kid, we were told not to go over there at night in certain parts of the city and shit. And like, of course, that's where we went to get our blunts in high school. But still, and even though I didn't consider myself racist, and I never would have like said anything racist to anybody or anything, I still held racist views because of the fact that like it seemed to me what my dad would say must be true, that like they must not be hard workers or whatever the fuck, because look where they live compared to where we live, right? Because I didn't understand that this is, it's literally an echo from the past. And also the people that ran that city were all fucking rich white people that did not prioritize anything that benefited the people that lived in that city. You know what I mean? They're essentially just draining it of wealth. And
also there's something that never gets talked about and segregation is if you think about what segregation was, is it was a creation of two parallel economies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or essentially that's what the goal was to create like parallel societies, parallel economies that never met. So when you have two parallel economies, two parallel societies, you have to divvy out the resources to those. So then you have these resources that are being separated, not intermixing. And it diminishes the impact of those resources on both of those. So that's why there's a lot of poverty in the South in both white and black communities.
Yeah,
is they did it to themselves.
Well, I mean, and also just on a personal from personal experience. So I got in some legal trouble whenever I was a barely an 18-year-old guy. Not good. A pretty bad situation I put myself in. And I firmly believe that were I not white, and did I not have parents that also coincidentally are white, and happen to have the money to hire me an attorney, that I would have definitely suffered far more consequences. And whenever I was briefly locked up for my arraignment and stuff, there's for one thing, I was out of like 48 guys in this one dormitory of the jail that I was in. I was one of two white guys, and then I was the only one that had a paid attorney, and I talked to several people, and pretty much everybody else, there were people in there that didn't have even as severe a case as I had, and they were fucking getting sent to prison. And there's always a chance that maybe they lied, that they didn't tell me that they had other charges previously, because it was my first and only offense. But like, you know, they were going to prison for some years, and I got probation, and it just like was pretty clear that even then, that like this is kind of fucked up. Like, I feel bad for these guys. I feel lucky for myself. Fuck yes, I feel lucky, but you know, it's and that kind of shit goes on all the time. Like yeah, and of course, oh, by the way, the judges and everything are all white. You know, and then it's a big private prison industry down there too. That's a whole other fucking angle of it.
Yeah.
Like essentially, you know, they have to keep those, you know, full beyond capacity because somebody's making a shitload of money off of each person in there.
It's almost like certain things shouldn't be privatized.
True.
Anti-liberal ideology or this idea. But I guess maybe a better question to ask then is, so if you guys don't really have like a strong feeling what the term means, what do you think other people mean when they say woke? Because I guess, you know, I have my definition of woke, but I think generally when everyone else uses it, they just mean like a general political correctness or an attitude of political correctness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, it gets thrown around so much that I think it kind of destroys any point that somebody might have. Like, do I think that there are people on the internet who take, positions of being against racism or whatever, like to an absurd degree? Yeah, but I'm also a white dude, so I don't know what it's like. But generally, I cringe at a lot of shit that I see that I don't think it's as harmful or as much of a threat as some of the stuff coming from the right that I see, the far right, so to speak. And then, I was always confused as to what people meant by woke until pretty recently when we covered this on stream, when DeSantis had to actually legally define it. And it just came off like, it's just basically anything that's not on the party line of kind of the GOP. Anything, to the left of that is wokeness, and they're trying to ban that. So it just kind of seems like a catch-all buzzword to label everything that your, political opponents believe under that, and let's get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I see it used for typically online.
Well, it's interesting if you read the actual Stop Woke Act bill that they passed in Florida. If you read the language of it, it basically aligns with my definition of woke being advocating for anti-liberal principles. Because I don't know if you've ever read it. Like, there's I'm not going to read unless you really want me to, but there's 8 principles of things that can't be taught, and they're all just, things that you would presumably agree with, like, members of one race, color, sex, or national origin. You can't teach this, by the way. You can't teach that one member of a race, color, sex, or national origin are morally superior to another race.
Well,
color.
When is it being taught they're superior?
Well, I don't know. I would hope not. That's the point.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, when is that even happening? You're addressing something that's not even really happening, except maybe in fringe cases.
Well, what's being taught is actually that whites are inferior. So they're
not
these
inferior,
other people are.
Yeah, where's I
missed that class. Where did that happen?
Man, I'm white. If I started hearing that, I'd get nervous.
Well, the concept of whiteness means that white people are inherently racist, and in our society, racism is.
That's so fucking stupid and bad faith. I don't know how anybody can
Jesus
think that.
Christ.
Well, and I know what they're referencing, like in terms of in schools, like, oh, what's being taught, and they're referencing things like disparate, isolated stories of like privilege walks, or like a teacher said something dumb, like how many crazy teachers do you think there are? Just give me a number.
Crazy teachers?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd need to know how many teachers there are to make a guess.
About 4 million.
Okay. So 3 million? I don't know.
3 million crazy teachers?
No, I have no idea, man.
You think like 10,000 is fair? Like 100,000 maybe crazy?
Yeah, I mean,
teachers?
I'm just, regardless of the number, I'm thinking that it's the same kind of impulse, reactionary impulse that like libs of TikTok blew up on.
Well,
right?
See, the whole point that I'm trying to put a number on it is because I'm thinking of it in a way of like scope and scale. So like, what's the scope of the problem? What's the scale of the problem? If we're talking about 10,000 crazy teachers that maybe hold these crazy beliefs, we're talking about 0.25% of the teachers in the country. If it's 100,000, it's 2.5% of the teachers. Like what is the scope? What is the scale? Like, why is this a national conversation? Because some like isolated incidences blew up and went viral.
And
or
this
things
is
like that. You
a
know,
conservative tactic they use all the time. This is like one of the reasons I believe these guys are just right wingers, because like you think about what was it late term, third term abortions or whatever, and there's like people throw around there's 6,000 something women a year, and it's like, yeah, that's less than 1% of cases.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
and
so,
it's
and
like,
these,
I mean, like a late third term abortion is like something.
and this is
dire
not like
has
they're
happened.
not like
Yeah,
doing it
it's
for
something
funsies or anything.
extreme.
You know what I mean? Like, it's yeah. The libs of TikTok thing too. They're basically doing the same shit with, like, not even necessarily crazy teachers, but teachers who just maybe happen to be younger, or using, sharing their pronouns, or maybe they're trans or gay or whatever it is, or just they have just blue hair. You know what I mean? And it's just appealing to this knee jerk fucking,
Some aren't even teachers. Some are like TAs. Some are like substitutes. That like if you're a substitute teacher, you're not guaranteed to work every day, and you're almost never like teaching. Like when you're a substitute, like you're going in there. There's a plan. There's like worksheets you're handing out, or you're watching a movie that day.
Put on the movie, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I was a sub before I started teaching, and like that's like you're not teaching when you're a substitute. You're a babysitter is what you're doing.
So they're taking these kind of fringe examples that are being amplified and having a spotlight shown on them, when I know for a fact that they don't like that kind of thing whenever it's applied towards the right. You know what I mean? That they will downplay examples of things like I mean, pick something. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Like,
I mean, it doesn't come up. It just doesn't come up. Like even when they were talking about, like, what was it? It was 33 violent threats that were done after libs of TikTok posts, and I think 21 of them were bomb threats.
Yeah.
And like, even like, that's like, I'm sorry, and these are bomb threats being done against schools, hospitals.
Yeah, I can find that clip and bring it up if you want to.
Oh yeah, if you want. But it's not acknowledged that this is like, I can't even think of if there was a lefty account where, let's say that they were like they like tweeted about like bad things that churches were doing, and like, a few days, maybe a week after they tweeted these things, like 33 separate times a violent threat happened to go against that church that they talked about. Like, I couldn't even imagine, like, the coverage would be wall to wall on all of these kinds of channels that are talking about this kind of stuff. But this is an account where they fomented, I think they fomented, allegedly, I got to be careful with my speech, violent threats against schools and hospitals and teachers.
Yeah.
I mean, how many kids had their lives threatened over that? About 10,000, maybe even more. And like, this is like, I'm sorry. You know what? If there's like violent threats being fomented to this degree, like, you would think that you want to like look into it. You can pull up the clip if you want to. We can talk about it.
I thought I had a clip, and now I'm not able to find it. So I have screenshots
of your clips.
What I have.
Is there's more? I need the context of the clip to.
I have screenshots where you had kind of gone at Adam about that. I don't know if you want to pull those up.
It pissed me off. It pissed me off.
Okay.
Because he was going after another streamer, the Destiny. I'm sure you know who they are, right?
Was this after
he had
Destiny
the comments? Well, he had the comments after the assassination attempt where he said, "You know what? I don't really feel sympathy for the Trump supporter that was shot."
He called him the R word.
He said, "You know what? I don't feel sympathy for it. I'm sad it happened. It shouldn't be happening in this country. But I don't really feel that sympathetic about it." And then Adam was going on there and saying, "Oh, well, Destiny's saying that people deserve to get shot if they disagree with them or if they're Trump supporters." And just like, that's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. So then I was thinking about the Libs of TikTok stream where they were talking about it, and he basically kind of says that they deserved it, that these schools kind of deserved it. I mean, we can watch the clip. If you scroll up in that stream, did I send you the screenshots? Here, I'll send you the tweet.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. I don't know. I thought it was disgusting. I thought it was disgusting.
It is. I did see the clip actually. Now that I think about it, there's somewhere. Fuck. Man, I did not organize as well as I thought I did, which really wasn't at all. So
What's shocking? That's shocking to me.
What?
You know, I do this because, you know, like whenever the chuds that are here to troll us, they just get really frustrated and they'll usually like blow their load saying something stupid whenever I'm looking for a clip or whatever. It's like, got you. Outed yourself.
There, I got it. It's
It's,
coming.
we play
we're
the
on
long
Discord,
game.
yeah. Okay. Here it comes.
Cool. Oh yeah. Good job. That's what I pay you for, Daniel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you can pay me more than the Blaze does currently. 37 cents.
All right. So here, yeah.
Hassling, right?
Yeah.
Like
For the story, so far.
I mean, I completely object to the framing of the conversation here because obviously they're doing incendiary stuff and she's like bringing people's attention to it. If they were just, I mean, if she was posting that they're serving pizza on Wednesday, like they're not going to get any sort of hassling, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm assuming they're actually doing this stuff, right? They're like, look, I take absolutely no responsibility. We have pornographic books in our library, but that's not our fault. It's her fault for pointing it out. It's like,
no, there's so much is assumed there too. Like talking about we have pornography, just assuming that there is actually pornographic books in their library. I've looked at some of those. We have on the Fabcast. We've looked at what's the name of that one book? We looked at a couple of them really.
Well, this book is gay is the one that gets pointed out a lot. That and genderqueer, yeah.
I mean, there's some stuff in there that like really, maybe I wouldn't want lower than high school age. Maybe might be uncomfortable with a kid, but I mean, really, to act like a book that's just generally expressing a healthy expressions of sexual interest or whatever. Is something that a high schooler in today's day and age like is going to be too much for them. Like, come on, fuck on, man. Like that's actually better than a lot of the sexual discussion that probably happens with high schoolers in general.
Well, and they say several times in this stream that we didn't look at the books, we don't know what the content is, we just know what's been posted online and all that kind of stuff. And just like it's like if schools are copying bomb threats from this and schools need to be evacuated because some crazy is saying that he's going to fucking blow it up, you'd think that you would look into the source material and be like, whoa, yeah, hang on, we got violent threats happening, but
they don't because of people like this. That's all they need to say, and that's the impulse that they appeal to. That it's just gross because gross. Like what is gross? Do you think that kids don't know what sex is? Do you think that do you actually think there's pornography? Do you know what pornography fucking is? Like you're allowing people to define words for you and put these definitions in your fucking mind that don't even remotely apply to what's actually happening.
Yeah, and I've when this was happening, I was like, I should probably read these books because this is I mean, like I said, the schools are copying bomb threats over these. Like I should probably see what's happening in these books that people are like going to this.
Another layer of it is, I think you and I have talked about, is that these books are not just like out on the library shelves for any age kid to grab.
No.
In a lot of cases, they are in high schools. In a lot of cases, they are in like a specific collection that the teacher or the librarian or whoever has. And like, it is specific to the interests and needs of like a queer kid. And that's the whole point of it, is to, conflate queerness with pornography.
But even I'm thinking back to my high school days, and like we had everything you wanted to know about sex, but we're afraid to ask. Like that's a book from like the 60s.
Yeah,
that's about as detailed as this book is gay is.
But it didn't have any queer stuff in it, did it?
Well, actually, it did. But he was very against it.
Okay.
I think what the book said was that a homosexual man is like trying to solve a puzzle piece with a piece missing.
Oh God,
that's the only thing he said about it. But
I mean,
but here's the big thing that like is in this book is gay that gets pointed to is the thing about sex apps, about Grindr and stuff, and that whole part about it I think is responsible because they talk about like, hey, you need to be 18. to be on these. You should not be underage if you're under these. Like, these are the dangers if you're going to be on there. Because these dating apps, these kinds of hookup apps, they're part of the culture now. I'm sorry. I think kids, I think high schoolers should be told about, like, hey, if you're going to go online as an adult and be looking at stuff, you need to know how to protect yourself, because that's not really part of the discussion at all outside of school that I've ever seen. Like, I think that's perfectly responsible. I think that's as responsible as talking to a teenager about having safe sex, about using prophylactics, about the dangers of unprotected sex.
But, you know, another thing, like,
I think talking about the dangers of sex apps is as responsible as that. Like, why?
Absolutely.
Like, why should we not be talking about that?
You know, it seems to be that they don't want to ever have any kind of responsibility discussion with kids about sex, unless maybe they're like 16, like, you know, literally, like, before they go on their first fucking, you know, I don't know, homecoming dance or some shit, I don't know. But, like, the fact is that kids, you know, there should be some level of sexual awareness, or at least, like, you know, because you need kids to be able to, and this is actually seems, sorry, because I've gotten in an argument with actually, I don't want to get into who it was, but on one of our streams before, when we first started off, there was a guy saying, well, you know, kids that are, you know, 11, 12 years old shouldn't be learning about sex. And it's like, well, actually they should. You need to tell them to some degree, to that the age appropriateness of, because they need to know if someone is trying to fucking exploit them or hurt them or touch them. You know what I mean? They need to be able to describe, first of all, know that that's not okay. And second of all, describe, you know, and report, and know that they can report this to someone if somebody does do something that, you know, but if they don't have the fucking awareness and the understanding, then they can't do anything.
Yeah,
Right?
you need to explain to them that certain things are just not okay, and, you know, make them aware of that. It's just basics.
Never mind the fact that, like, literally there's nothing stopping anyone from just getting on porn sites, you know, unless you're in Texas, I guess now. But, like,
yeah.
Well, there is a thing.
The pro freedom party, the people who are more about freedom, the right wing, banning porn. But like, I'm thinking about, like, my own sex education that I had in my own life, and, like, I think we're about the same age. 5th grade was the puberty discussion, where you talked about how your body was going to change, what a penis is, what testicles are. You know, in middle school was the full shebang. You know, you learned about what an erection is, what masturbation is, what ejaculation is, what happens with vagina. Although who cares? I don't care about
you said vagina. No, but
and then high school was, I mean, I remember high school, we went into further detail about it. We learned dating etiquette. You know, we learned about STDs. We learned about prophylactics, how to put on a prophylactic, birth control. Like, we learned all about that.
The tragic fucking just twisted irony of the people that want to go around calling everybody groomers are also the people who want to seemingly want to limit any understanding of you know, what it would be like for someone to try to groom them. You know what I mean? It's enraging, really. You know, but
and you know what? I think it's fair for something like This Book is Gay, which talks about, like, hey, this is how you would have I don't know what I can say that will not get your stream taken down. I'll just say you know, I'll just say it, anal sex. Like, how to have that safely without hurting yourself.
Might be okay.
Yeah, without hurting yourself. Because that's going to be something that, you know, like, a gay teenager might be interested in engaging in,
dude, and
later in their adult life. Like, I'm sorry, like if they're entering their adult life and they're going to be taking doing something like that, and they could hurt you. You could really hurt yourself if you don't know what you're doing.
With the proliferation of fucking pornography that's, like, just everywhere online now, there's a lot of there's raised interest in straight anal sex. You know what I mean? So, like, there's boys that are gonna influence girls, you know, in a lot of cases, try to anyway. And, like, those types of things are fucking relevant to know, to keep yourself protected. And, like,
I'm sorry, I don't think teenagers should be learning about sex from pornography. Like, I think having having a resource like, you know, everything you want to know about sex, but we're afraid to ask, or This Book is Gay, or something like that. I think it's a fine resource to make available to high school age teenagers. Like, I don't think that's pornography. I think that's perfectly fine. And I don't think schools should be getting fucking bomb threats over it.
No, I definitely had that to bring it back around, but I did want to just say that what's fucked up is that, you know, if Adam and Sitch or whoever the fuck, one of their fans or whatever, watches this stream and this discussion right here, they're probably going to gloss over all the details of what we're saying and just like maybe clip something out or whatever, and like just to try to fucking push that same message that we're trying to say is actually harmful to kids and creates an environment, perpetuates an environment that makes it more likely that kids are harmed. And
Yeah,
that's
and
fucked
I
up.
just want to say, like, I don't think it's appropriate for like middle school level. I don't think I think it's obviously not appropriate for any level below that, obviously.
Right.
But
Yeah.
high schoolers, like, I mean, like, I'm thinking about like the shit that I read in high school. Like, I read Grapes of Wrath, where a woman at the end of the book breastfeeds a dying man. You know, like that's an image that's stuck with me for life, and like that's a pretty adult thing to drop on like
I never finished that. I didn't know it got good like that at the end.
That's Grapes of Wrath is that's got to be my favorite novel ever. I think I read that at least once a year. I really enjoy.
Well,
John
thanks for that
Steinbeck.
substantive counter argument there. Appreciate that.
but yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about all, like, I read Catch-22. I read Clockwork Orange. You know, I'm thinking about all the things that I read in high school that are like very heavy adult themes.
Yeah,
that are very heavy adult themes.
Well, of course, they want to ban those now too. A lot of times.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But
They-
then
they
I'm looking at a
they
book
wanna-
like The Bluest Eye, like that's one that gets banned a lot because there's a girl in it that experiences sexual abuse from her father. In the book.
In general, they want to infantilize all ages of kid because that allows them to, you know, essentially, you know, they from just control them and keep them limited in what they understand, keep their freedoms limited. You know, if a kid can't learn how to be queer, then they're not going to be all uppity and annoying about their rights and shit like that, right? That's, I guess, the theory.
I mean, I think that's it for some conservatives, obviously. Maybe for most of the conservatives are really high.
But
up
yeah,
on this
going
stuff.
back
But
to the
I think
Bonzo
it's
thing.
just, I think it's just for like people like Sitch and Adam, where it's just the pornography thing. It's like,
Right.
you know what, they're saying it's pornography. You know, I see whatever these like clipped passages that are totally.
Aren't they
out of
supposed to be
context.
skeptics, by the way?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
ridiculous.
So they kind of have one foot. I think originally it seems like one foot in the skeptic, one foot in the anti-SJW, which is kind of really the same thing at a certain point on YouTube. And then, you know, all that kind of transitioned to woke, which, you know, they seem to have transitioned with woke from SJW, right? Once
Yeah.
they kind of. So now are they saying DEI more now? Because it seems like a lot of people are.
I don't know. I really don't tune in. The only time I tune into their streams is when somebody like,
okay,
because on Discord we're like there's a bunch of ex Sitch and Adam fans that we just all kind of get together and talk about politics, and sometimes they come up and they're like, "Hey Dan, what's your reaction on this?" I'm just like, "Oh," or Danimal.
So yeah, I want to finish hearing what he's saying here because I just got completely hung up on the fact that they're just taking for granted that this is just like, I imagine in their minds, kind of hardcore pornography, like the same shit they beat off to. That's just like in, you know, schools or whatever.
Oh, okay. Like if you like, people are gonna be angry about that. You should understand that.
Well, that is the weird part of sort of this story. Is it's like, yeah, like if she's not making up stuff, like if what she's saying is true, and she's pointing out something that a school or someone is doing, you know, obviously doesn't mean that it merits some kind of threat of violence or something like that. But I don't know how you can hold them responsible for something. They're just pointing out something that's accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's not defamation. Look, truth is a defense to defamation. If they're trying to say, look, she's defaming us. Well, how's she doing that? She's
Well, they're not
telling
even saying
the truth.
defamation. They're just saying that by saying something in some way that maybe is true, that's leading people to engage in violent actions, essentially.
Yes, reciprocal action to your action.
Oh yeah. Not illegal. I mean, never mind the illegality, never mind the immorality of it, never mind the harm. And it just because somebody does something that you know you think is not good, it's okay to, or it's not okay, but it's understandable. Which essentially he's saying it's okay.
I mean, if you're saying that that a bomb threat is reciprocal action to your action, I mean, how are you not saying that they copped it? That they I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Presumably, the reason that they're worried about "quote unquote" pornography in schools is because it harms children. But then they're okay with, or at least, you know, forgiving of bomb threats because what? Or do bomb threats not harm children? Do actual bombs? They definitely do. You know, thankfully there hasn't really been any of that yet, but like Libs of TikTok is still fucking going.
Well, canceling people now over their like, you know, like, oh, I'm sad the shooter missed or whatever little jokes that they're doing on social media, and then now, boom, people's careers are ending. Although I did like some guy tweeted at Libs of TikTok, and he was like, "Man, I hate my fucking job. Yeah, I wish that he got, you know, that or whatever." he was trying to get fired.
Did you watch? Yeah, you watched that conversation between Raya and Taylor.
Where she tells the totally true story about the drag queen that took the kid out to shop for non-binary clothing.
Mm-hmm.
The totally true story that definitely actually happened.
The literal books that she lists off, which you can tell that maybe she's read the first couple that she lists, but then she just starts naming ones that she knows the name of. Is what it seems like to me. But I mean, nonetheless, we looked at a couple of those books too.
She said My Shadow is Pink was pornography, which is a little picture book about a boy that likes ballet. And then he feels bad for liking ballet, and then his father shows interest in his interest, and that's the book.
You just kind of get the sense that someone's just telling her shit now. Like she's not even necessarily reading things for herself or seeing this. Just like, oh, did you hear about this book? No, she fucking writes it down. You know, she's clearly fucking stupid as hell. Like,
I can think of like cartoons from like the early '90s that I probably saw that were like that had that same message of just like, hey, just because you like a thing doesn't mean that you should be shunned for it. like you like a hobby.
Sure. The action that you are taking is the action that is provoking them, but that's what's completely missing from the conversation. You have done the provocation by putting pornographic material into school children's hands.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Right. So just pointing it out is not provocation. Yeah. I understand.
This is like,
oh man, like this is indefensible on any level. Even assuming
this is insane.
It's just hardcore porn that's in the fucking thing. Like you're still saying that it's completely rational that someone would want to threaten to bomb a school. Like,
I don't know if he's saying it's rational. I don't want to let that slide. That he's saying like this is a rational thing to do, to want to call in a bomb threat to the school. But I think what because he does say that, like, you know what, this is immoral. It hurts the strongest condemnation he has in the stream is that it hurts the movement. Which is like, I guess trying to get the woke out of schools or whatever. But I don't think that he's saying it that way. I think what he's saying is like this is an expected action of what you're doing.
Like,
right?
Look, I just punched you. I just spit in your face. Why are you hitting me? Mm-hmm. Well, look, because you spit in my face. But they're pointing to the person that pointed it out.
Right.
Yeah. So no, look, I hate these. I hate this.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true too, right there.
No, it kind of seems like they're saying, "Oh, the bomb threats are bad," but have you considered this? And it's like, well, no. Can we just?
I mean, yeah, Byron, over porn that isn't really even porn. That's the thing. That's the other layer of it, right? Like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, it's over that, and it's over whatever. Like, they'll find a teacher that does a TikTok where they talk about something that's Russell's feathers, and then that'll cop a bomb threat.
It could just be as benign as the teacher saying their pronouns sometimes too.
It was there was a teacher that was fired because they put out a TikTok who said, you know what, if you're a queer student of mine, and your family doesn't accept you over the holidays, just know that you know what, there are people that will accept you, and I'm one of those people. And that was a teacher that was fired over that. They were fired over putting that on TikTok.
So this
from Libs of TikTok.
By the way, one of the schools that got 2 consecutive bomb threats 2 days in a row was an elementary school Rychek has said had a gay room because it had colored Christmas lights. I train at that school. In actuality, it's a sensory room for autistic elementary schoolers. Fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a video that was up with no commentary over it. It was like literally just, I think a parent went in there and just like filmed it vertically on their phone.
Here's a
said it was a gay room. Like it was some parent that was obviously ginned up by all the stuff that just like walked in their kid's school and saw like a dark room with colored Christmas lights in it and filmed it and sent it to libs of TikTok or something like that.
So I feel
and
like this is
two bomb
good
threats for that.
litmus test of these guys. Did they do the cat litter in the classroom shit?
No, I think they called that out like immediately.
Did they? Okay, well, good on them because
Okay.
like yeah, I mean.
And you know what? I will give
somebody
them marks.
in like real life, in personal life, that actually repeated that shit, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me, dude?"
Well, yeah, because Joe Rogan said it. But
right.
and they did do a good on the Loudoun County thing. Do you remember the whole like a trans student raped a girl in the bathroom story?
No, I don't think
That
so.
seems vaguely familiar.
Yeah, there was a whole story, and it wasn't. They were saying like, oh, because they allow trans students in bathrooms that this happened, and it wasn't that. It was that they were dating, and I don't even know if the student was actually like trans in any way. The mom,
Yeah, there
came out
seems
and
like
said,
there's all
like, they
types
were,
of weird layers to it. Yeah.
yeah, and it was that they were dating, and it was a date rape in the bathroom at school, is what it was. That they had snuck into the bathroom to fool around, and he did something that she didn't want to do at that time.
So, what?
But yeah, I think that they covered that and debunked it.
This person just said in chat, I want to address that for sure. So this right here.
Oh, Majda.
Once it loads, eventually. Come the fuck on, load. What's happening? But basically, if you are not aware, maybe you are. Maybe that's why you're saying this. I don't know. School boards across the country have been fucking essentially just intentionally. It's a real strategy that has taken place by kind of far right leaning activists have taken over school boards in various places across the country. So to say that like what the school board decides at a hearing is inappropriate should just be the thing, like you're either knowingly being disingenuous or you're not informed enough to have a valid fucking opinion on this topic.
Well, here's what I'll say, because they're referencing that when parents would go to like school board meetings and read directly from the books that they want to ban, and they would read like maybe the more explicit parts, and the school board meeting would be like, hey, you know what, that's not appropriate for this meeting. Like I mean, if you were to go to any school board meeting and just read like any kind of sex ed manual in front of the school board, they would shut you down too.
Sure. If anything that's not relevant
like
to the fucking meeting.
that's not the appropriate venue to do that. I would say there are things that are talked about in school that maybe aren't appropriate for a school board meeting.
I mean, maybe, but like to just knee jerk react to, say that if a school board decides that it shouldn't be discussed, we should just accept that. I fucking disagree with that, because this is an intentional far right strategy that's been taking place for a few years now to from the top down, from the fucking Supreme Court, obviously, down to school boards, just flood it all with fucking right wingers, man, and then they just get whatever they want. And fuck that. I reject that, and I think that everybody should be informed of that. Because, yeah, I mean, you take it in case by case basis. I'm not saying everything should be discussed at a school board, but yeah, it's not. School boards did not used to be something that were politically motivated on a national level.
Yeah,
right?
And they're also going to, if you ever watch these videos, they're also going to shut it down because these people that are reading.
I'm actually providing fucking context, you goddamn idiot. Like, are you fucking stupid? That's not even what obfuscating means. I'm providing more context. More context is never a bad thing, you fucking moron. Sorry.
Dane,
but like if you watch these videos of these people that are doing this at school board meetings, they're worked up, they're very they're shouting at them, they're being very aggressive. Like anything that you do when you're doing that, you're going to get shut down if you're being like super aggressive at like a public school board meeting.
Sure. Yeah, there you go. That's true. Like, yep.
Yeah, or like the Scarlet Letter. It's been a long time since I read the Scarlet Letter. I don't know how explicit that one is. But yeah, I mean, remember, there's like the reason she gets the scarlet letter is because she commits adultery.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so I want to pivot just a bit here because we're already an hour and 40 minutes in. So here are a couple of clips. This is from, I think, 10 months ago, right? These you guys actually, you know what? Let me go to the thread instead, because I think that's more. Excuse me. Got more context. Okay. So this is a Pisco, who I'd never heard of before, but I guess he's a political streamer, kind of a liberal.
He's a Destiny orbiter. I guess is the best you could put it.
Fair enough. So I know that we have looked at one of these clips previously on various streams. I don't know if it's this one or the next one, but Adam from Sitch and Adam show is by his own definition a Trump supporter. 9 months ago on a show with I'm Really Important in Me, he took offense to I'm Really Important, suggesting he would vote for Trump, saying, what is someone who votes for Trump if they're not a Trump supporter? Okay.
Quick, before you play it, pause it real quick.
Go ahead.
So that I'm Really Important guy, some of the older people in the audience might recognize him. He was the white guy in the Pretty Fly for the White Guy music video. And that's not a joke.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. God, I haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah. Watch
Holy
it. Watch it
shit.
after this, and it's him. It's actually him.
Crazy. Well, I mean, glad he's doing something. So
I like him. I think he's good.
Because I said nice things about you guys in the video that I put forward.
You called us Trump supporters.
Okay, I said I think you guys would vote for Trump. I didn't call you Trump supporters. I think.
What the hell does that? Hold on. You think we're going to vote for Trump? What is someone who votes for Trump if they're not a Trump supporter?
Doesn't mean you're currently like some.
I think you're going to vote for Satan. Okay, I'm not saying you're a Satan worshiper, but
no, I'm saying if it comes down to Trump versus Biden, based on the rhetoric I've heard, I feel like you guys would cast a ballot for Trump. Now, that being said, Adam, you've talked to me since you've given me additional information, and I would back off that position now. Missing information, which
that's crazy that he would say that. Let's see how it goes. Trump supporter Adam is also a huge hypocrite, something I suggested in my previous post, but I'm now outright asserting. In the same video, Adam states, I'm not voting for Trump ever. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any possible world that I can see that I would vote for Trump in the next election.
I'm not voting for Trump ever.
Well, in all fairness.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me defend just a little bit here. Because I think when people can change their mind when they get new pieces of information, right?
Sure.
Like that's fine. The new piece of information that Adam received where he wanted to then vote for Trump was the debate between Trump and Biden. The one that ultimately culminated in Biden stepping down from the race, right?
Okay.
But his reasoning for it, I just don't understand it. Do we have anything where he talks about that? Because he's
yes.
Go ahead.
So I mean, we have some clips here that I wish I would have labeled them better. Once again, my organization I'm killing it. So that's discussion they watched of the Daily Wire. It came up, and essentially, a lot of what they talked about is like freedom, and in the most vague fucking possible terms. They talked about freedom and who's more pro freedom and anti freedom, the left or the right. And it seems to be that they both tend to, although Sitch doesn't seem to specifically say he would vote for Trump or anything, but they both seem to suggest that the right is more pro freedom.
Yeah.
I don't know what definition they're using to define freedom. It's weird, but so there's this tweet actually, real quick. Oh wait, sorry, that's the wrong thing. My bad.
Jesus.
This was on what day was this? The 6th. That was after the debate, right?
Yeah, the debate was June 27th, I want to say.
Okay. So and I said in my coverage of this clip that we're going to check out in a minute, where Sitch asks the question. He says, "I don't know who I'm going to vote for because I can't tell whether the country would be better whether Trump wins or loses." And this is not anything except me being someone who likes to analyze language, and it's not anything objective or anything definitive. But I feel like the way he frames that kind of says something that, like, it's not even a consideration of Biden being the winner to him. It's like whether Trump wins or loses, right? That to Sitch is those are the only two things that he would even, I don't know, that he could focus on.
You mean Adam, not Sitch?
Yeah, Adam.
See, I don't think that Sitch would ever vote for Trump. Yeah, I don't think he would. And the thing that is because Trump fomented an insurrection and attempted to coup the country.
Well, but also, have you thought about the fact that Biden, though, whenever he was running, is going to leave a power vacuum, and that's actually worse.
Yeah, go ahead and play the clip. I'll talk about
out of line for all these people on Twitter because I was just saying, look, if it's between Trump and Biden, I'm probably going to vote Trump, right? Because I see the black box is the greater evil to me. And I mean, I laid it out. Some guy was coming at me, and I was like, okay, your position is perfectly logical because you do not believe that the black box is a threat. So if that's not a threat, and you're literally voting for a potted plant, if that potted plant has 10% chance to get the policies that you want, and you get 0% chance with Trump to get the policies you want, it's perfectly rational for you to vote for Biden and to make an argument to vote for Biden.
So what is the black box he's talking about? That's the possibility of Biden leaving a vacuum?
Yeah, it's the black box would be a president that is mentally gone and incapable of being able to carry out the duties of office. So then they're making irrational choices. That someone who has dementia would, I'm sure we've had family members that have had mental decline. And they're not there. So that would be the black box. So you got that's an unknown, right? To quote,
fair enough.
Quote, I'm sure that we're all fans.
And then now that
Donald
there's not that
Rumsfeld
anymore,
here.
he's reconsidered that position, right?
Well, see, here's I think that's such a stupid argument to make about the black box, the power vacuum of things, because this is a question that we've had in this country before, right? And it's really the 25th Amendment. I mean, the 25th Amendment was passed in the 60s for this specific reason. They were considering what happened at the end of Woodrow Wilson's presidency when he was basically in a vegetative state.
What happened all through fucking Reagan's second term, but
well, this is way before that though. What happened with Eisenhower when he was in office? Eisenhower was prone to massive heart attacks. He had a massive heart attack while he was in office, and it was a question to if the president is incapacitated in that way, what happens? And it was a question after the Kennedy assassination where, if he survived the assassination, obviously he was going to have massive brain trauma. What would happen? So the 25th Amendment, I think it's either, if I remember correctly, it's either Section 3 or Section 4, where it talks about the vice president, along with a majority of the cabinet members, can send a letter to Congress saying the president's unable to carry out their duties, and then the vice president takes immediate control. If the president resists, the president can also submit a letter to Congress saying, you know what, I am in control of my faculties. I can do this. Then it's up to Congress. I think they have a 48-hour window to meet, and then they have 21 days to make a decision, or maybe 28 days. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have this. This is a contingency that we have. We've never had to enact it. There's three possible. I know it's been evoked, but not carried out. I think it was evoked against Nixon. I think it was evoked against Gerald Ford. And I forget who the third president it was evoked against. But it's something that we've never carried out. But also, I mean, a presidential power vacuum is something that we've encountered 9 times in our history. We've had 8 presidents that died in office, and we had 1 that resigned, which is why Gerald Ford, was the president for a bit.
We really should set up a system where there's somebody who's able to take over if the president's not there to do their duty.
Well, and we're going to look at more of these tweets to kind of follow through that thread. But the fact is that I was voting for Biden, going to vote for Biden, even despite his fucking obvious, kind of decline, right? His sundowning or so, whatever it is.
I mean, I was concerned about him in 2020. Like
Well,
that
thing is
debate
that
was just like, God, he's gotten worse.
I made the argument then after the debate. I was like, look, man, I'm not just going to vote for Biden. I'm voting for the people that are around Biden. That it's generally, it seems like he chooses good people around him, and those are the people that will invoke the 25th. Those are the people that are going to be keeping an eye on him and shit. And at the same time, I do realize now that like some of them, I guess they were to some degree they were kind of his aides and stuff were hiding his lesser moments from the public over the last couple of years, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's not good. But like, I mean, essentially, I don't think that they would have been I don't think they were really going to weekend at Bernie's Biden. You know what I mean? Like fucking just like propping him up with some strings and shit.
But that's so that's all hypothetical, right? Like all this stuff is hypothetical of like, we have a president that's in office that's like mentally gone and he's making crazy decisions. Like that's all hypothetical. That's kind of way out there. Like, I don't think that reasonably it would get to that point, but it could. That's hypothetical. And that's compared against the known knowns, against what we know has happened under Trump. And what he did was he planned to overthrow the free and fair election. Yes. He planned that.
Yeah, I mean,
he planned it and he carried it out. He attempted to carry it out. And when his plans didn't work all the way, he brought people to the Capitol, essentially to protest. It turned into a violent riot. I don't think that he meant for it to turn into a violent riot, but he certainly wasn't sad
along with it.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't sad about it. He sat in the control room for 3 hours with him and Giuliani calling senators saying, "Hey, you hear that angry mob out there? They're coming for you unless you give them what they want." He spent 3 hours doing that before
he knew that he was going to incite a riot, and it's not necessarily, but I think that he knew that using certain language could possibly do that, and he used that language. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of just like
this is what's known. We have a candidate that it's known that he tried to subvert the election process.
Right.
He tried to steal the election.
I think it's important to always remember why it's not a Trump Pence ticket this time around.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. And like 40 of his 44 cabinet members like said, "Hey, we can't have this guy in office again. He's a danger."
I'm going to have very soon, like this week, I'll have the upload of my, a few months back, I reviewed 1/6 number 2, the comic book. I've already done the first issue review is up on the channel from a while back, but it's a comic book series. It's only 2 issues out so far. It's independent, and they're, they basically kind of just cobbling together several very talented creators, but they're only able to do it, at a certain pace. And they're also like, they're keeping it as up to date. So like they included a lot of the, from the January 6th commission, a lot of information that came out in that they added it to the second issue. I really suggest y'all check this out when I upload it, because it's fucking revealing. Like the way that they did the comic is that it signifies whenever there's something that did, the whole premise is what if they actually succeeded, right? But up until the certain point in the timeline, it's just telling you what did happen in this comic, and then it make sure to tell you whenever it shifts to speculation or it shifts to this is just fiction. But like throughout the second issue so far, I think everything has been, this is what actually happened. And when you see it all kind of laid out this way, it's fucking revealing, man. Like you really realize that there was definitely intention going on there. And
this is all under oath testimony by Republicans that were saying like, hey, this is what happened. This is all under oath testimony. There's textual evidence. There's documents that back all this up.
One thing I'm just noticing, looking at all this, is that
hang on, okay, before we move on, the whole point of this is that you're taking that we have. I mean, I don't even know of an event that's more documented than Trump's coup attempt leading up to January 6th and then the insurrection. I don't know of any event that's more documented than that. We have that event compared up to the hypothetical of Biden. Like we have somebody who has already tried to seize power in an illiberal way, an illiberal way. And this is people who have their podcast built around protecting and supporting and defending liberalism, Enlightenment liberalism, all equality under the law, the system that we have, democracy, the republic, all of that. And we have somebody who's the most illiberal presidential candidate that we've ever had.
Okay. Then you add on to that the context of the fucking Supreme Court ruling recently. You add on to that Project 2025. you know, it just becomes an overwhelming, glaring distinction. I mean, you know, Biden's, you know, going to be well respected in history, you know, for probably many reasons, as long as, you know, the decent people get to write history books, you know, but I mean, especially because he fucking stepped down, you know, you couldn't have two more distinct examples that show liberalism and illiberalism, if that's how you're rating things. And it's just notable to me that Adam in particular always appeals to the fear of what could happen. And it's very vague often when he does it, you know, this vague sense of like, oh, but think about this potential outcome that's scary and weird and gross and crazy. You know what I mean? But like, and it always tends to go this one direction though, which is right.
It's very,
Adam is also somebody that's very cautious around centralization of power. He thinks that the decentralization of power is the best way to go about things, it's the most fair system. And we have, once again, I mean, we have Trump, who has explicitly stated that he wants to centralize power around himself. I mean, he wants to dissolve executive agencies and just be in direct control of all of that stuff. And I mean, you mentioned the Supreme Court case from July 1st. I mean, this is a country-changing Supreme Court case. I mean, we have something that's written in the law that's never been in American law before. Absolute criminal immunity. That's never been part of our law at any point in time, or presumptive criminal immunity. And we have absolute. So, do you know what Roberts did? Do you understand what the Supreme Court case was?
No.
I understand the ruling, but.
He took what the president does and divided it up into three categories. We have core acts, official acts, and unofficial acts. The unofficial acts are preclusive and inclusive powers of the president. So this might be powers that he might share with other people, but the core acts are powers that are only imbued to the president, creating executive agencies, managing those agencies, commander in chief. That's what I would assume would be the core acts. It's never laid out in the case, but those core acts have absolute criminal immunity. They cannot be probed by criminal investigators. They cannot be brought up in criminal courts to prove motivation, to even show that a crime had happened.
Who decides what's one of these is? Like, could you do something that's
I don't know.
Unofficial, and then just in retrospect, no, we're saying that's official.
That's not in the ruling. There's no test. There's no test put forth in the ruling to determine that. There's no test. The only thing that he puts up as a core act is, as he said, this has absolute criminal immunity, is when Trump talked to his attorney general and said, I need you to make a fake letter that says that we found election fraud evidence and that you need to overturn your elections and send those to the states. That's absolutely criminally immune. That can no longer be part of any of the court cases that he's part of. That cannot be brought up as for motivation. That's a core act. That's the only core act that's in that Supreme Court case that's specifically laid out. And the test for the official and unofficial acts, that almost doesn't even matter, because the first thing that you need to overcome is piercing presumptive immunity. We don't have that. We don't have a test for that. We've never had presumptive criminal immunity before. Like, this is a crazy fucking ruling. And this is a ruling that was done in service of a guy that attempted to overthrow a free and fair election. And this is an illiberal ruling for an illiberal president. And we have a defender of liberalism that says, oh, well, you might be a better choice because
people should be fucking terrified of the fact that they're doing this so openly that they just don't even give a fuck. This is the kind of shit that maybe they would have done something to consolidate power in the past, but they would have tried to fucking do it in some back channel kind of roundabout way. And they just so directly went after it with this that it's like, holy shit, man. Like, you should be fucking, you know, and I'm not somebody that likes to fucking, fearmonger, but like, this is genuinely terrifying.
Well, and by the way, the other fallout from that ruling was Thomas's concurrence, where he didn't even, I don't even think he commented on the immunity. He commented on the constitutionality of appointing a special counsel, which Eileen Cannon ran with and dismissed the documents case over Thomas's concurrence.
Clarence Thomas definitely has I'm trying to think of a good way to say it, but by
the way, did y'all see that clip from Trump yesterday? Y'all saw that, right?
Oh fuck!
Oh, do you won't have to vote anymore?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying it now.
Yes,
he doesn't even give a fuck. Like, straight up.
To be fair, if I'm going to be good faith on that, I think what he was trying to say was you're going to be so pleased with how we changed the country so permanently that you'll never want to vote again because there'd be no reason for you to vote. If I was going to be super good faith.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
which is frightening in its own way because he's speaking to Turning Point's action believers, which are like, I mean, they're like, if they're not Christian nationalists, they're just one step away from it. Like the people that are.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of just naked appeals to authoritarianism happening right now, and that's why that strikes me as just another one. Like, they're you look at Project 2025, and they're trying to distance from it as far as like right now that the spotlight's on it from the entire country, but there's a reason they put that out ahead of time. They just put it out, and they're like, they wanted people to see it, people that would be like, oh yeah, that's what I want.
I mean, even if Trump, so here's the issue with that. Even if Trump distances himself from it, it's Heritage Foundation and 100+ conservative organizations that would all be supporting his administration that all buy onto it. But even so, like Trump doesn't have policy. He doesn't have a plan.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't pure. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Trump doesn't have beliefs. He's not running on an agenda. He's running on, he wants to be president because president's cool. And,
well, you guys look, okay,
everything Trump does is improvised. It's always improvised. Yeah. Like you saw it through the COVID leadership.
That's what's fucking terrifying about 2025 is that is all written to be like, it doesn't matter what Trump does. Here's your fucking playbook. And then meanwhile, his new VP, who thankfully seems like is not well liked by basically anybody, but he's got some ideas. Let's check out this one.
Votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children. When you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in our democratic republic than people who don't have kids. Let's face the consequences and the reality. If you don't have as much of an investment in the future of this country, maybe you shouldn't get nearly the same voice. Now,
what the hell?
There's a whole lot of really stupid assumptions in all that. Like,
so what?
Isn't it like 15% of women like just cannot conceive? Like they just won't be able to have children.
So if I want to have a louder political voice, I just need to start pumping out kids?
Apparently. But I mean, like the assumption that if you have kids that you are invested in the future more than people that don't is just like, it's fucking bonkers, man. Like,
yeah, my brain is just trying to compute that stupidity.
I mean, and this is a guy again, like JD Vance. So this is somebody who part of his philosophy is people like Peter Thiel or Curtis Yarvin, and he believes in like a national conservatism. Which, by the way, is Curtis Yarvin. Does that name ring a bell with either of you?
No.
Oh, and by the way, I saw somebody was saying this earlier. No, he did not fuck a couch. That is not true.
No, he didn't. He did search woman and dolphin on Twitter.
Hold on. Let me rephrase.
That is true.
It's not in the book that he wrote that he fucked a couch. We don't know that he's never fucked a couch. I mean, who among us hasn't looked at a couch cushion and just been like,
I mean, glass houses, people.
I mean, it's pretty sexy cushions on that couch.
Teenage boys, they'll hump a lot of things. That's all I'm saying.
But does Curtis Yarvin ring a bell with either of you? Have you ever heard that name before? Maybe Mencius Molebug.
Who?
So this is or like dark enlightenment neo-reactionary. This is like monarchism. This is monarchism.
Yeah.
Where we're talking about where we want a moral leader in charge that can lead through the country because people aren't capable of making the good decisions for the good of the nation.
Like the basis Paladin.
Yes. Yeah.
Fucking psycho.
But this is Trump picked a VP that gives that part of his philosophy is Curtis Yarvin's philosophy. I don't know to what degree. I don't know what part of it he's incorporated, but that's enough for me. Like, I'm sorry, what? You're listening to a monarchist in America, a country that we kind of broke away from a king. Like it's our whole thing.
Yeah. So are you saying it's part of our national identity?
Yeah, it's part of our national identity. But that's just I don't know. I think Trump now This goes to my whole point before, where Trump is pure improvisation. I mean, we saw it
Yeah.
through the COVID
Now-
leadership. We see it with the VP pick, and we see it with them stumbling with being able to get messaging out against Kamala. The VP pick, he picked to shore up the conservative base because he figured he was going to be running against Biden, and that was going to be that, you know. And he didn't. I mean, you didn't see the waves being made on the Democratic side for Biden to step down, like that didn't factor into that at all. So he's running with an extremist. Like that's who he picked to shore up the conservative base, is somebody who's a national conservative. Like what conservative base is he trying to shore up there? Is a question.
I have a
but also, I mean, they're
alert.
just
I have a news alert. It's really important, guys. So about 3 days ago, I'd happened to be just kind of looking around and noticed. Oh, it was because I was clicking on links that you had sent me, where you had challenged Mr. Adam Friended on Twitter, and I realized that I had been blocked by Adam Friended on Twitter. I was very proud of this fact. I added it to my collection of blocks. You know, at least with Adam, we've actually had some interactions with Shad, Razor Fist, and what the other one? Fucking whatever the other one was. Yellow Flash. I'd never had really any interactions with them, and they preemptively blocked me. However, I am now unblocked by Adam Friended, which that's just interesting. Sorry.
You might want to open up a dialogue and all that kind of stuff.
He seems kind of reasonable.
You know what? I mean, we've gone hard against him, so I think that's fair. But the whole reason I was pulling up I was making the case that Trump is improv is because when he's in power, he's going to be scrambling for whoever has a plan, because he's going to be out of control and he needs to get in control. I mean, you can't improv your way through the presidency. It was a failure the first time. He was going through cabinet members like water. Like he wasn't able to get anything done. So when it doesn't matter if he's distancing himself from something like Project 2025, because they have a plan to give to him to be able to do, and he's going to take it. It doesn't matter. He's going to implement some of it. He might.
There were a lot of
some
people that were incredibly frustrated by their inability to do anything during his first term. I can guarantee there's so many people behind the scenes.
They weren't planning on winning.
They were just like, "What the fuck? We can't do anything. We can't get this guy on fucking track for anything. We have no idea how to run this shit." And they've spent the intervening 4 years, first of all, like onboarding a whole lot of shit that the Heritage Foundation already had written and planned out wanting to do for a long time, and then kind of just adapting that to what they want to do right now.
I mean, that's why they brought on a lot of the ex-Trump people onto that. John McEntee is somebody that nobody talks about. That's part of the Heritage plan. John McEntee was the one going around doing loyalty tests when they were trying to shore up support for the coup. He was going around and questioning people on their loyalty to Trump. He was reporting directly to Trump. He was called the second Trump during that whole period. And they recruited him to be part of this, to, vet people and everything like that. He's still in communication with Trump. Trump still respects him. Trump still listens to him. And he's one of like 40, 45, 50 loyalists to Trump that served in his cabinet, that served in his administration, that are part of this plan. Why do we think that any part of this wouldn't make it to his administration? Why? Because he gave lip service to say, I don't know what this is, because it was probably good. It's good optics to distance yourself from it.
I mean, to fully understand how Trump runs the government, he's kind of an empty vessel almost. He doesn't care about any of this stuff. He just cares about his crowd.
I mean, you want a black box.
So like when people give him policies, a lot of it, if they gave him money, they will have a voice in the room. And
I mean, we've seen how he governs. And like I said, it's improvisation. It's not, he doesn't have a plan. It's just whoever comes to him and kisses his ass the most.
Well, is Project 2025 ever going to be 100% implemented? I'd be shocked. But like Heritage Foundation was bragging, 3/5 of their stuff went through the first administration. So if we apply, just 3/5 of Project 2025 getting through, that is still terrifying.
And he wants to do some of it. He wants to centralize the power around himself within the executive, which he has the power to do.
Yes. I'm sure he'd love to do that.
I'm starting to feel a little bit better, though, I'll be honest, because it is entirely possible that these guys, him and JD Vance, just meme themselves out of the fucking race. I'm all for it.
Yeah,
and also
like
I think, yeah. I mean,
they were really planning to run against Biden, and
Yeah.
the fact that he's out, and then now they're running against Harris, and like
it's honestly
you're going to make a
astonishing
old
that
age argument against Harris. Come on,
It
the
might have been
vibe
the
can
best
change to this
accidental timing
degree
that the
is so
Democrats
crazy,
did,
man.
so.
Like I would have never expected it to change so fast and so dramatically.
Yeah.
We're living in historic times, gentlemen.
This is a crazy election cycle.
Yeah, it's never been like this. I don't even maybe since 2000 might be the
So,
last craziest election.
to pivot
that I remember.
again
Oh, aside from
here.
2020.
I don't even think 2000 was this crazy.
Yeah,
No.
true.
I want to pivot again real quick. So, first of all, Danimal, I think you disagreed with me on the on this because you know some stuff about I suppose rifle ammunition. What this is what wound is there? This is
It
apparently-
might have healed by now. I don't know if he got, because the FBI came out today and said, you know what, he was
know,
hit
I
by
was
a
gonna show
bullet.
you
We
that
don't know
next.
if it's a bullet or shrapnel. Oh, okay.
Because
What I heard, it was just glass that hit him from the bullet.
See,
I mean,
that's
there's
what I thought
definitely
at first,
assassination
too.
attempt, but yeah,
It could have been shrapnel.
didn't.
It could have been
Yeah.
a bullet that grazed his ear. It could have been shrapnel.
So they're saying it could be a shell casing, like part of the casing kind of hit his ear too. So I mean, like, I definitely feel like it would have blown a chunk off of it or something if.
I don't know. I don't know about that because I used to shoot competitively. I shot 223 Remington, which the shooter was using 5.56.
I wish I knew where some memes were, but I've
What's
seen
that?
memes where people are trying to claim that his ear grew back and shit. And it's like,
no.
Yeah, looks like he's having some fries or something. I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, I could see like a 5.56 round, like if it grazes an ear, or even I could see it punching just piercing an ear and not.
It's not a good sign for him that like nobody cares about that anymore at all, right? Like,
right. Yeah, that's kind of gone down the memory hole, hasn't it?
well, I mean, when Biden stepped down, that was immediately after the RNC. So after their conventions, they will get a little boost in the polls. And like immediately when that happened, like Harris started pulling ahead of Trump. And that's when they should really be pretty fucking strong. And they're already a bit behind. That's not a good sign.
It was
that
that
being
Sunday.
said,
It was that Sunday. when
guys,
the
you still
RNC
got to vote.
voted.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a take right here. JD Vance is looks like a guy who walks into a comic shop and gets mad when they don't want to buy a sealed copy of The Death of Superman. Oof. True.
I spent $140 on Ripaverse, and now I can't even sell it for anywhere near that much.
I think you would share one.
Is Death
earlier.
of Superman a shitty comic or something?
It's just one that there's so many copies of that
Yeah.
like it's not really worth anything because it was just flooded all over the place. They made so
I
many
mean,
copies.
I'll be honest. I wanted to get a copy just because I wanted a copy back in the day, and then I never was able to track one down. But it
I probably only read 5 comic books in my life. Transmetropolitan.
Nice.
The Max, because it was on MTV.
Oh yeah,
Max was funny.
The Watchmen, because it was a movie.
It's classic. Yeah.
Sandman, because it was a TV show. So those are maybe only 4 comics I've read in my life. But Transmet, man, because I was a Hunter S. Thompson fan. So how could you not read Transmetropolitan?
This seems accurate as well.
Incredibly accurate.
Those aren't the same guy at the bottom.
Corporate needs you to find a difference.
The image on the left is one that the AI did whenever you fed it the 2 on the right. You know what I mean?
Right. You got to get that. Yeah, you got to get that 2014 internet skeptic vote. You know, that's the most important vote. They're going to stink up the polls and dry everyone out. You know, with their BO. So that's why you want to get them to the polls. You want to get people away from the polls.
Just real before I don't know how much longer anybody has or anything, but like I did want to look at this one clip. I saved it for last because it's just like, holy shit, man! And this is one you'd sent me a while back. That kind of just blew my hair back. Where they're it's actually from that same stream. It seems like the guy with the pretty fly for a white guy, and the other guy, where they challenged them on why it is that they talk about woke stuff and the left far more, considering they're centrists and all, far more than they do anything on the right. And that is definitely something that's stood out to me since as long as I've been aware of them. And, you know, I even went over, looked at their channel on stream a while back, and, you know, you can just kind of look at the content that they cover, the way they frame their videos and streams and everything. And it's just seems like right wingers to me, you know, maybe not as far right as a lot of folks are these days, but yeah. But this is it's wild. This is a take. I think me and Bob looked at it too at one point.
I have no idea.
I don't even know if we talk
We were
about that at all?
blazing up.
Oh, that's weird. You missed that
We were
one.
covering the Barbie
I know
movie.
my
You're
feeling
probably
on this.
covering some dipshit culture war thing, and like
There
black
you go,
people
some
did this
dipshit,
or that
yeah.
or something.
There you go. Black people are
Theft
doing
of
stuff.
CBS.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just
See,
gotta
I don't
throw
know if you
that
know
in
this,
there.
Adam.
First of all, though, so I mentioned this on whenever I covered it a while back, but like these guys will just lapse into meme and quote unquote comedy. Like anytime that it seems like things are getting a little bit challenging for them. Is that something
they don't
you've
take
noticed?
criticism well. They never have.
But then-
Even when I was like a big fan of theirs, they never take criticism well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can fast forward to the end whenever me and Bob started criticizing them of our debate before we get out of here. See what happens with that. But yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
I don't know if you know
play
that.
the whole clip. Yeah.
Adam, but there are black people in America and they're doing stuff. Okay. And we gotta cover it.
Why would you make that
I'm just saying,
insinuation?
why did you guys not pay attention to that one at all? That's
wait,
kind of
I will answer that question. I will answer that question. I just think it's funny, you know, before we get into this whole, because we had a conversation with you in the past about, you know, a lot of people bring this up. They say, why do you guys focus on the culture war stuff and all this other stuff? Meanwhile, we just found out, by the way, that like half of the leftist bread to people are totally fine with like raping and killing civilians. So the fact that you can never, ever, ever make this argument that like, well, why do you care about the woke left, Sitch? I don't know. You fucking tell me. When all these,
that's a good one.
Twitter with fucking tweets that say, why do you care? This is decolonization. Get tens, if not hundreds of thousands of fucking likes for this shit. You can never fucking bring this shit up again.
Scary
ever.
shit.
Okay.
Scary shit.
You're delusional at this fucking point.
Yeah, you know, the people at the levers of power, bread tubers,
Right.
Twitter communists.
Red tubers.
Listen, we have to be fearful of those tweets that get the likes, guys.
A relatively niche little subgenre of YouTube video that arguably already had its peak a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I think
RedTube hasn't really been a prominent thing for a while now.
And
You
it's
know,
and they know it's dead too, because I mean, that used to be the well. I mean, that would be like the thing you gather around every Sunday to watch Sitch and Adam talk about the new BreadTube video. That's fucking stupid. And they don't like, they barely have those videos anymore because the content's all dried up.
The thing is that like a lot of the people that are, you know, and I said this whenever I talked about it before, a lot of the people that are online on Twitter in particular, first of all, a lot of leftists and lefties, liberals even have fucking left Twitter. You know, it's kind of gotten objectively shitty in the last year or more. A lot of white nationalists, a lot of fucking trolls, bots, and just, you know, ads in the fucking reply threads and all that crap. But then there's also,
since Elon Musk took over Twitter, I've blocked so many fucking people.
there are people who believe in dumb shit, and they're just few and far between, and not generally taken seriously by anybody that has any, you know, definitely not the hands on levers of power, and even any real aim for power. The people that say the kind of shit that they're alluding to, and I'd love to see the tweet that has hundreds of thousands of likes, by the way, Sitch. You know, the kind of shit that they're talking about. Those people generally, by and large, don't do anything but tweet dumb shit. You know,
I mean, you could say because what he's referencing are the Palestinian protests, which
sure.
I mean, what was that? That was like 5,000 college kids across the nation, and maybe some bigger protests in New York and stuff that were like, you know, not great. They were pretty disgusting with their anti-Semitic rhetoric and some of those protests, but like
takes on the left, you know, for, ostensibly on the left, but like, what's the implication there? That because a bunch of people liked a tweet that said, fuck it, this is decolonization, who cares who's getting hurt or whatever, like that those people are also just like rapists, or like, what's the implication there?
I mean, the implication is that those people are more dangerous than anything that the right does legislatively, which, by the way, we have a king now. I don't know if you know that the president's a king.
You know, and then Adam's just like, yeah, that's fucking scary shit, man. It's like, holy shit, dude. What kind of, you know, how terrified must you be of just life? Because it's not a real thing to be scared of, really. Anyway, it's just so fucking stupid that even if that's the justification, like, okay, you want to say that that's something you're concerned about, that's one thing. But to use that as your entire justification for focusing so much more on the culture war as opposed to, the other stuff we've been talking about here. And then also, like, the bizarre fucking notion that leftists are the ones that are responsible for what, like, you got your account nuked for saying the N-word or something like that, and that somehow that because that on TikTok that, like, what, the communists somehow are in league with the social media fucking CEOs. What are you talking about? Like,
Well,
what the
I
fuck
mean,
is
it's the argument of, oh my God, my account, it's the far leftists who killed my account for saying the N-word. It's like, well, I don't know, maybe don't say the N-word.
What was
Well,
it? Didn't Shadiversity do a whole video where he did like a YouTube? He's like YouTube is conspiring against me because he was losing viewers and comments and stuff.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Well, it's his Night's Watch, I think, is doing fine. It's his main channel where he just used to do the weapon stuff, and that's losing subs because there's lots of people just to watch for the weapon stuff, and they're like, his new stuff is terrible.
He's putting all his effort into talking about the Acolyte.
Yeah. Princess Peach is wearing pants, guys.
Right, yeah.
Christ. I mean, he should talk about his book more. Maybe people will watch and he can get some law cow views that way. I don't know if you've looked into any of the elements of his book, but
yeah, I'm aware.
It's kind of yikes. What else was there? I guess that was about it.
I will say that Sitch and Adam are fully on board with. I mean, you heard him talk about, hey, everything in the indictments is true. They were fighting with their audience over, they think January 6th was an insurrection. They think a coup attempt was done, and they did go to the mat and fight with their audience over it. I think Sitch said that they lost 1,000 concurrent viewers, typically because of that. So I will say that they did go after that, which good on them.
That kind of makes it more sad, really, than thinking that they're being dishonest. Because, like, if they're sincerely in this position that they're in, it's just like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, one species explained to me at one point that, I didn't know this much about their history or anything. He kind of told me that a lot of the larger profile right wing influencers now kind of went through, on their way up through the ranks, had made a stop at the Sitch and Adam show, at least once in some cases, and that they're people that kind of came up on their show and were nobodies when they were on there, and now they're like far more influential, and these guys just kind of stagnated.
I'm trying to think of who that might have been. I can't think of anyone specific.
I don't know. It's or maybe he was talking about that in people that they discuss. I suppose I don't know.
I think if you're gonna put that narrative on anyone, it's Sargon of Akkad. I mean, he was the start of a lot of these people's careers. He was this. Yeah. I think he hosted a Sitch video, one of Sitch's early videos. That kind of gave
the Gamergate video.
I don't know if it was the Gamergate video. It might have been a video against, like,
he did everybody had their anti-fandom not long ago. That was like, oh, he just
Jordan Peterson tweeted out, I think, his Gamergate video, or no, his video on the alt-right, where good mark sense. I mean, he did a video where he took out the alt-right, but
yeah, I mean that's the first thing that I ever saw from him was when they had on No Bullshit. I knew who he was, and then somebody said, "Oh, you got to see him get destroyed on this podcast." No, maybe it wasn't. I don't remember if I saw that before or after Adam approached me trying to get me. Doesn't matter, but
no, the video I'm talking about is a Sitch video essay. He used to do video essays before they did the stream.
Yeah, Sargon seems to be right there at the genesis of a lot of this shit, right?
I mean, he was a popular guy. He was probably one of the most popular. I mean, supposedly he's the one that talked Tim Pool into doing culture war stuff exclusively. Tim Pool's talked about that before.
And in just in case anybody missed it,
he gave Quartering a start.
Tim Pool's take from the other day. I just want to really ruminate on this one for a minute because holy shit.
Oh yeah, he's off the wall.
Kamala Harris represents the greatest existential threat to the United States. unelected, anti-democratic appointment at the 11th hour by the Commucrats. She is Hitler and Stalin combined, but times 200. She's a commun-Nazi despot, come to put conservatives in concentration camps. Like he was amping up on that one. He was like, he ramped up.
He was chortling and tittling to himself the whole time he was typing that. His beanie was spinning around. He thought he was so
making Richard
clever
Spencer
and funny.
blush a little bit.
Yeah. He thought, man, this is really going to trigger the libs. That was the first
like,
and last thought in his mind.
Or maybe it was just the use of the Nazi thing that Spencer didn't like. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought I saw something where Richard Spencer was like stepping away from Nazism.
Watch.
Good on him.
The reason
Richard
Spencer is saying this is because he's like, man, you're making her sound cool.
Maybe.
I mean, there's a lot of people on the far right that I'd be willing to, grant that they, kind of learn the error of their ways and deprogrammed or whatever. I think Richard Spencer's the guy that I'm just never going to trust what he fucking says.
Yeah. I mean, how could you? Yeah, how could you trust that?
Anybody that unironically uses the fucking, I think I can say this word. I don't know, the octoroons, like, you know what I mean? That rant that he went on that Milo leaked was like, dude, you're using the most archaic fucking slurs.
Yeah, that's like King Philip language.
Right. Like, who are you even appealing to with this shit?
Anyway. I will say that there was, back in the skeptic community days, there was a person. It was Edgy Sphinx was his handle, and then he became Braving Ruined. And it was kind of shown that what this guy's plan was he was going to pretend to be like a down the center liberal that was just doing culture war commentary, and then slowly be convinced by like race realism and things like that. And his goal was to build an audience, play act this like very rational person that's being convinced by, you know what, actually the race realism has some pretty good points, and then slowly bring his audience over to that side. And that was kind of his goal. And he was on all the big skeptic shows. They did the Sargon used to host things where the a feminist frequency would drop a video, so they'd all do a stream and talk about it.
I mean,
all
I have
together
to
and
assume
laugh
that that's what Tim Pool has done, because I don't know. There's just
I don't know what happened to that guy.
At the same time, I will acknowledge. I'll say this, based on the fact that they've that Adam and Sitch have gone so hard about January 6th being what it was, and lost viewers because of that. I guess I'll say that I am convinced that they are overall generally sincere in the things that they say they are for and against, and not just like I used to believe that they were simply normalizers, like that was what they were intentionally doing, was normalizing far right sentiment by kind of just playing down the middle.
I mean, they've gone hard on Sargon, they've gone hard on Aiden Paladin, they've gone hard on another monarchist. Like they've gone hard on far right people before.
Fair enough. Well, look, I learned something today. I still think Adam's a fucking moron, and I still think that I probably I think I would have enjoyed the conversation with Stitch far more if Adam wasn't involved.
That's true. Like Adam was just saying the dumbest shit. I sort of got. I mean, it's not. I don't know. Maybe there could be a conversation with Stitch, or Sitch, but like
it is a meme
Adam
in the
is
Sitch
just
and
so
Adam. It is a meme in the Sitch and Adam community that Adam fucking sucks at interviews. And everybody hates his debates.
Like, do you feel like that it's a tactic that, I mean, it has to be a tactic they do on purpose in a debate setting where, like, once we would be kind of questioning Sitch on why he thought that She-Hulk was specifically this or that, and he would kind of had to back himself into a corner on it, and then Adam would swoop in with some fucking, like, basically trying to get us off that point.
Yeah, to kind of knock off balance. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I've seen them do that before. And I've cringed at it, where they will, kind of direct the conversation into a different way when they're getting backed into a corner.
Yeah. Is there anything, Bob? Any highlights from the debate you can think of that we could check out before we get out of here? Anything?
I want to know where the She-Hulk stuff is, because I know. I mean, there's some funny stuff in the debate when it gets to She-Hulk. But
I have clips of the She-Hulk and Scarlet Witch stuff. I can just pull those up real quick.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be about it. And other than just reminding people that apparently Adam Friended is cool sexism.
Yeah, totally.
Once again, good faith hat.
Yeah. Here we go.
Can you do me a favor? Can you if you load this whole stream up, can you put bad faith somewhere in the title of it and just put bad faith people talk about Sitch and Adam?
Yep.
No, I mean, I am incredibly bad faith. Did you guys hear about that Mahler stream where I look around for him being a bigot?
Dude, you went right to looking for bigotry, you bad
Yeah.
faith son bitch.
I'm terrible.
Very clearly, as the writer is saying, She-Hulk is wrong to say this line about she doesn't need to learn to control her anger because of, being a woman and blah, 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 blah.
I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. When I'm catcalled in the street, when incompetent men explain my own area of expertise to me, I do it because if I don't, I will get called emotional or might just literally get murdered. So I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you.
And the show's going to prove it wrong, where...
So the fact that she literally gets visibly, audibly angrier, and as she's saying she's good at controlling her anger, that just escaped them, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that she hulks out like immediately afterwards too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she actually kind of turns green for a second.
And then doesn't that come back to bite her?
Yep.
Yeah.
She literally like hulks out at a nice fancy thing or whatever in front of everybody, smashes some shit up and freaks everybody out, and she ends up getting arrested for it. Getting put on like probation and shit. Yeah.
I don't see it that way. I think when they wrote that line, they literally believe that line.
The first part I think is true.
Well, what does that matter? Because the show is literally like the part of her arc is that she was wrong. So what does it matter what a writer
I don't
intended?
think that was really part of her arc. I mean, I wouldn't classify. Maybe we have a difference of how we look at arcs. I would define arcs generally as like it has to span the entirety of the season. This is like the problem that the character is dealing with. Where with her, I mean, she really only had some anger problem in like literally the second to last episode.
Well, the problems that she dealt with were different. Were throughout the. I mean, it's not the problem. That was one
really
that was kind of planted.
So like you hear me kind of stumble when I start talking because I'm just like kind of stunned by how stupid this argument is in a way.
Yeah.
Like it's and the thing is at this point I was like, maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe this is a really good argument. And I'm just like trying to make sure that I'm understanding what he's saying. And it's just like, no, it's just stupid. How can you possibly reject the idea that what happens to the same character later on in the same narrative it's not part of her arc when it literally follows up on something that was set up? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, I mean the fact is, if you rewatch that first episode, it makes it absolutely clear. She-Hulk's being a brat in that first episode. She is being obnoxious. Bruce is literally just trying to give her tips and advice, and she's just blowing him off, just like, no, I got this. I don't know why you're doing this. I got this. And it's like, oh my God.
This is why I think they're like kind of poisoned by, and I guess it's because they've just been content creators so long that they kind of see this stuff everywhere. And it's like they're not able to even see. I think that Sitch is smart enough to know that this is just a narrative thing that happens in narratives all the time, where like you set up a character as being hubristic. In fact, I even said, I think in the debate, that Tony Stark is set up as having hubris, and he's cocky, right? Like he says, blah, blah, blah. And then later on it bites him in the ass. But nobody fucking says anything when it happens to Tony Stark. Nobody's like, oh my God, it's a fucking ideology or anything like that.
But they would now. It's the strong, confident man being taken down a peg. Are you
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Narratively, I'm a writer, so I can speak a little bit to this. Like it was a thing that was planted to kind of just be under the surface until it happened later on, while she was dealing with all kinds of these other problems.
Yeah, that's not, well, see, to me, that's not an arc.
I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time.
I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time.
I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you.
It's called narrative irony, Stitch. Come on. Sitch, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
There's that one. There was one clip with from WandaVision as well. Let me pull that one. He didn't want to stay on WandaVision too long. We kind of fucking shut him down on that one pretty quick.
it's clearly set up for her to become the villain.
Is that the way that WandaVision was a lead into what movie was she in? Doctor Strange?
Yeah, Doctor Strange too, where she was the villain.
Not gonna lie, I checked out of Marvel a while ago.
Here we go. So, okay.
Vision is a good example of people seeing wokeness in it, because they would look at the show and they'd say, okay, you have a show where basically the male characters who are more stereotypically masculine are portrayed as evil. You have the evil masculine.
Just like the concepts that they filter the world through are fucking cartoonish to me. Like,
well, it's like, especially when we're talking about She-Hulk, there's so many examples of positive, even like manly, like male characters, and like we're just going to ignore that and go focus on the stuff we want to focus on. It's like,
well, and also if you remember, it doesn't count that WandaVision was set up for the movie because it was different writers. So
yeah,
it's all like this. It's so funny because we were talking about this before the stream, where like the way that this whole genre of YouTube discussion video essay started, where you're like pointing out the politics in a thing and saying, I don't want politics in this, like that whole the taking down media for being leftist or whatever. That whole thing started because you wanted to say that you wanted politics out of it, making fun of Anita Sarkeesian for doing dog shit takes on video games and stuff like that. And what I'm hearing here sounds like a feminist frequency video.
Yeah. It's literally just inverted that.
Yeah. It's like you're using like highly academic language. Like I can like hear James Lindsay speaking through this. Like it sounds like feminist frequency, just reversed, just like a negative version of like feminist frequency to me.
A military general guy, even though he's technically doing the right thing, he's
now, and I didn't think about this at the time, but the general doing the right thing. Well, okay, in trying to stop Wanda from what the situation is definitely framed as a bad thing that she's doing, and it's not like he says they're not okay with it. However, he is also trying to use her power to activate another vision as a weapon that he can use, just a sentient weapon essentially, which is generally not a good thing, actually, Sitch.
Trying to stop. Wanda, who's basically being completely evil, and then the men that are considered more good are classically, I hate to use these terms, but are more stereotypically, passive or female.
So passive is synonymous with female, right? Okay, guess so. I didn't know that.
In terms of kind of their characteristics, and the way that the show basically coddled Wanda, and they even had like a character. Enter in the show and basically make excuses for the fact that Wanda is, basically being a horrible villain, mind controlling, all these people and inflicting horrible pain on them. And when this is called out by the show gives this excuse in the dialogue of like, well, you don't know how much Wanda.
That right there. Okay. So he literally says it's called out by the show, and yet the show gives the excuse. Does that not tell him that this is just the show presenting perspectives? It's not saying one of them. I mean, if anything, it is saying that what she's doing is not good. It's not framed as good at all. It's condemned by the end of the show clearly. You know what I mean? Like,
she had to leave that town because they were ganging up on her. And it was presented as she was not in the right.
but it's bizarre to me that he literally says it presents this and then it answers with this, and it's like it's not saying that. You know what I mean? He's just taking the one part of it and assuming that that's what the show wants you to take from it when it's not even an accurate read. But also, I did want to bring up Tony Stark again, because think about his, whenever we meet him, he is a weapons guy, but because we don't know how many fucking people his weapons are responsible for killing and maiming and shit like that, because we start at a certain point in his journey, right? And he starts to learn, but like still he's a cocky asshole. And then in Age of Ultron, he literally fucking creates Ultron that is responsible for killing a shitload of people. And nobody fucking, I mean, yeah, Civil War addresses it, and it's like this is something you guys need to be accountable for kind of thing and whatnot. But like nobody ever just like singles out Tony Stark as being an evil villain for this shit, right? His hubris is excused. His hubris is because he's a fucking genius or whatever. I don't know. No, it's because he's got a dick, I think, to be honest. But like with her, she's mentally ill. She's got, and I've mentioned that here in a second. She's got clearly got a psychological break happening. And if you go and look at in the WandaVision, actually, it shows her origin as a child. Her and her brother spent days in a their bombed out apartment with an unexploded Stark artillery fucking shell in their living room. Like they're just staring at it for days. Then she gets exploited. They both get exploited by Ultron. They think they're doing the right thing with him, and they realize they're not, and they fucking break free of Ultron. And then, you know what I mean? And then she tries to do the right thing, joins the Avengers and shit. And it's like, Wanda can't catch a fucking break. And nobody wants to give her one. Whereas like Tony is also making really stupid, boneheaded decisions left and right. And everybody gives them all the fucking breaks in the world. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanda has lost, as an excuse. And it seems like there's like just this weird attitude towards, gender roles.
Yeah, it's over a year later, and no, I mean what we're doing is using it to show, just who these guys are, and you can cope with that. You can say whatever you want about it, write whatever narrative you'd like to.
Yeah,
but
excuse me, this is fake news. This isn't several months later. This is over a year later. Okay,
yeah. Right.
Get it right.
This is extremely desperate
over
that's
16
right now.
Or no, wait.
We've just now managed to bring ourselves to watch this again. We were so fucking traumatized.
Over 17 months later.
All right.
Some of the MCU properties that I think people are picking up on.
I would kind of disagree with a lot of that read. No, I don't think that the show excuses what she's done. The show, and very clearly, when you follow up with Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, that was just the beginning of this arc where she's going, she's losing it. She lost it, dude. Like she is the villain in Doctor Strange. That was just kind of
I'm not disagreeing with that, obviously, but that's a different writer, different director.
But I mean, it was the plan.
WandaVision was pretty much set up to be like her villain origin story, almost.
Right, and also, it's like to say it's evil. If you want to call it that, that's a way to judge it.
Well, I know you don't like the word evil, but immoral, whatever word you want.
It's definitely immoral. Definitely immoral. Definitely fucked up. I don't think the show at all or anybody is excusing that she mind controlled a bunch of people and stuff like that. I think what it was doing was approaching it with a sense of empathy for her mental state, which is different than if she was literally evil and deciding I'm gonna fucking do this evil shit. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't like a villainous intent. It was she didn't fully understand what she was doing, and then once she did, she was just kind of so lost in it. And like I think that's actually a reflection of how sometimes people with mental health issues are treated in the real world. I think that's more what it was commenting on than any kind of gender thing. And also Vision, Vision, he was kind of just moping around a lot when he was in the show, but at the end he had a badass fight with the other Vision. So I don't agree that he was just like not doing anything manly or whatever, but he's a robot, so maybe it shouldn't apply.
Yeah. From there, they were like, "Oh, let's talk about She-Hulk now."
Yeah.
Anyway,
She-Hulk was just way too woke.
I'm gonna just skip a bit through this debate and see where we land here.
Okay, this person is definitely a racist. Like what?
Okay, yeah, this is actually a good point, I think, to look at.
Kind of reacting poorly to it. That's why I say, just like, why even use the word? If you're going to make a criticism about it being, something about the way that she, portrays women's struggles or whatever, then just talk about that, in my opinion. Like, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those things. To quote Dane quite literally, woke is not a valid criticism. If you have a criticism, give me your criticism. But if you just say woke, it doesn't mean anything, because it's just become this blanket term that just means whatever we don't like.
Well, I mean, if we're going to get into like whether or not it's okay to say a certain person using it, followed by nuanced, supporting information, well, I would need an example, because at that point we're just like kind of debating phantoms.
But I would argue that calling someone in today's world, unfortunately, I'd argue that calling someone bigoted or racist is basically as useless as calling something woke, in terms of that the term has
Yeah,
been so.
I mean, it's kind of like that. It's also, but not always. It's unfortunate, right? Like, it's unfortunate that our discourse has gotten to this point when words that, criticisms that are valid, maybe there is some heavy-handed, political or, social messaging in some piece of media. I'm sure I would agree that there is somewhere. But like, it's to the point where we can't even really have these discussions about these things because of the way that these words have been weaponized. Another one, is really fucking fucked up. Sorry, I hope it's okay to cuss.
You can cuss.
Like groomer.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is where Adam really fucking set me off. He pissed me off here, man. You know what I mean? Like, you got people using that shit left and right just for whoever says something they don't like when it's that our discourse has gotten to this. But that our discourse has gotten to this point.
Woke is not a valid criticism. If you have a criticism, give me your criticism. But if you just say woke,
that our discourse has gotten to this point when words that, criticisms that are valid, maybe there is some heavy-handed, political or, social messaging in some piece of media. I'm sure I would agree that there is somewhere. But like, it's to the point where we can't even really have these discussions about these things because of the way that these words have been weaponized. Another one, is really fucking fucked up. Sorry, I hope it's okay to cuss.
You can cuss.
Like groomer.
Oh, fuck.
You know what I mean? Like, you got people using that shit left and right just for whoever says something they don't like when it's like, that undermines.
You're not a groomer, right?
No.
I just
I don't think that anybody
making sure.
Yeah, but no. Point being that it undermines people's that are actually fighting against legitimate, sexual exploitation. It sucks.
We don't. I mean, I don't randomly call people groomer. So
I didn't say you did
though.
Yeah.
He kind of just did, right? Like he
called
it into question, and that's so fucking disingenuous and underhanded.
Well, he didn't call you that, but he just implied it. It's like,
right. Like, what cause was there for him to say that, right? Other than just he's not liking what I'm saying, I think is what it was.
Well, you brought it up. What are you talking about?
No, you said you
were
asked
the one
no, you asked me if I was a groomer, which
well, yeah, because you brought it up, and I just want to make sure that we're.
That's what I mean. You proved my point. I can't even talk about the situation without someone bringing it up as like a suggested accusation.
Well, but you brought it up. You're the one that brought it. I didn't bring it up. Like,
okay, now I'm pissed off and think Adam's a piece of shit again.
Yeah, that's a shitty thing. And
what the fuck was that about?
And like he's even, I mean, he's defended the groomer label where he says that he doesn't think that people are, linking it to pedophilia. He says that it's about I know that it's about talking about like, oh well, no, you're indoctrinating them in the leftist ideology, and that's what people mean when they're.
There are certainly some people that use it that way, but to think that just nobody that hears it is doing it the other way is fucking stupid. Disingenuous.
I mean, it's maybe 1 to 100 on that, Oh, it's just me and Bob.
Oh dear.
I'll be right back in a moment.
Okay, Bob, what's your top 10 favorite Depeche Mode albums? Go.
Oh God, I did this like a while ago. Actually, I have a stream on my channel about this. I can't give you the top 10. I'll tell you, Music for the Masses and Black Celebration and fucking Violator are just fucking peak for me. You have any favorites?
Violator was my first, so Violators.
I think that's a lot of people's first. That is the big one.
Yeah. What was it? That was like 89, right?
I thought it was like 90.
Is it 90? Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I mean we're in the same area, so yes, this is becoming a Depeche Mode stream now, guys.
All right, here, let me throw you for a loop. What's your favorite Devo album?
You see, I just have their best of, so I don't.
You just have their best of? Oh,
yeah.
I think their first album, Question, Are We Not Men? We Are Devo, that first album that they did, where it's got Uncontrollable Urge on it. It's got Slap Your Mammy Down, Jocko Homo, all those great songs that like it's super punky, super like raw. That's so good. That's why I like the first first Talking Heads album, 77, and more songs about buildings and food. I flutter back and forth because they're so, the Talking Heads is such a dynamic band and they change their sound throughout their lifespan. But those first couple albums where they're raw and punky, those I keep coming back to those. I love those albums.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got me looking at Devo now. It's like, actually, I have two Grace Hits collections. I have the Pioneers who got scalped, and then Grace Hits and Grace Misses.
Yeah,
I remember there's lots of really good ones on the Grace Misses. Really good.
Yeah, I love Devo. I love Devo, except there's a couple albums that are not so great that they did, but
well, I mean, they're pretty experimental, but yeah, they're
for sure.
When they hit it off, they hit it off nicely.
Oh yeah. The second Devo album, Duty Now for the Future, or is that their third? I'm trying to think. Whichever one has Smart Patrol on it, that's a great album.
That's a solid song.
Yeah. Oh.
Lots of people talk about New Order. I will also admit, I like when it comes to New Order and Joy Division, I have the Substance collections. I'm slacking on those guys too.
Yeah, I don't have New Order. The Joy Division. I like their first album, and then what's his name died after the first album, didn't he? Before they got the second one out, or did Closer come out before he died? But either way, I like both of those, the original Joy Division albums. But yeah, New Order, I just have greatest hits. But what do you think of Bauhaus?
Bauhaus, I like them. I haven't done a deep dive into them. I've actually done a bit more into Peter Murphy's solo than Bauhaus, and that's not very extensive.
No, that's not. Or like Tones on Tail, like even
Yeah.
more like kind of spin-off group. Yeah.
But I mean, I want to say I have at least one of their albums, and I like a lot of the stuff on it. But I don't know. I'm more.
It's a little depressing.
Yeah, it's like I don't have a strong opinion on them. I guess
What did you guys think of the Kendrick and Drake beef, though?
The Kendrick and Drake beef. I don't dip my toes into that kind of stuff.
I didn't even know it was a beef until Kendrick ended it.
Yeah, I didn't know about it.
This is where we're just talking about new wave and goth music.
Gay music stream. That's what I said.
Yeah. Joy Division, the best gay band.
True. What are we at? Where are we at? We're about to hit 3 hours. How you guys doing?
I might have to dip soon.
Fair enough. Well, let's get to the fun part, the breakdown. I forgot it was this soon that we already kind of had this moment in the debate. I thought that this was actually like right before the end, but maybe not. So let me see where Bob, how long did you stay on after I fucking just took off? Not long, huh?
No, I don't think it was long. I don't recall there being a big separation.
Oh wow, this is much longer than okay.
Yeah, I forgot about the clip. Yeah, did they defend the fucking Ryan Canal talking about that's insane. That's all they knew.
More than that, they're okay. So it sounds like pretty interesting right there. Let's pull it back, and I'm not worried about. Okay,
but it matters.
I don't mean it doesn't make sense.
I mean, have you
Don't
guys
we have a monkey emote?
have you guys heard of the expression "grease monkey"?
Oh, this is So yeah, I've completely forgot. They did enough homework to know about Chunky Monkey.
Yeah,
that was cool.
I think one of the chatters brought it up. To be fair,
probably so.
Yes.
Was it me?
Yeah. Someone who works on cars or engines or something.
Yeah, a mechanic. So what if you have a black
But if
mechanic? Does
Eric
it suddenly
July
become
was
a
working
racist
on
term?
his car, I would not walk up and call.
Yeah, I wouldn't try.
Well,
I would not call.
Wait, I thought they wanted people to be treated like equally and like all that stuff like that. That's actually woke. It seems like, right?
Yeah.
To change your language based on Eric July being a black guy. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it seems
Black
a little
mechanic
to me.
Well, I mean, isn't that what they argue against? Is like, they don't want to have to, use someone's pronouns or some shit. Like,
Well, remember their definition of woke is that illiberal means to accomplish goals, right? That's the distillation of what their definitions were. So, like, once again, whenever they use woke, think about, okay, so their definition of woke is illiberal means to accomplish a goal. What are the illiberal means, and like when they call, like, She-Hulk woke or WandaVision woke? What's the illiberal means that they're focusing on?
I truly wish I had gone through and found the time codes for the fucking Kindy and Marxist stuff. Like, I guess it was toward the end of talking about She-Hulk, right? Something like that.
Gina Carano when she got canceled.
No,
I was more upset about the just the fucking some of the misinformation and just like the hyperbolic way she was describing, vaccines and stuff.
That troubles me.
So do you both agree that you think she should not have been fired? Okay, reasonable people that are not, completely crazy.
So you're saying Ryan Kittle's not reasonable and he's crazy?
I don't know this individual you're talking about.
I assume you believe that Harvey Weinstein deserves to. What if they fire you though for making a?
You say you're talking about me and Bob would do that?
Murder over it, freaking out over it, and then essentially people on the other side saying, "Why are you people freaking out?" Essentially, what is inherently wrong with this scene?
The politics. Yeah, right. They agree with the politics. They don't have the position you have, Bob.
Well, let's say even if where were the same people that were calling it woke from that first episode after episode 8 or 9 or whatever, even if they don't agree that it was done well, like you're saying, you don't agree that it was like executed well or that it was really even there. Nobody even talked about it. Nobody even said, "Oh yeah, this follows up on, that what was set up in the first episode." And no, I don't think it did a good job executing it or whatever, or it was kind of flimsy. But like nobody even had that discussion, and that's where I come from too. Is like I measure how much someone's actually engaging with what's really happening in the media, as well as what they're calling woke, because there's more to it that you could have a conversation about, but that wasn't a conversation.
Well, okay, but here's the problem is that, well, first of all, if that scene, if the majority of people interpreted that scene as her being wrong as a brat, then She-Hulk would have been panned critically by the mainstream audience and attacked for it, which it wasn't.
I don't think so,
because the mainstream accepts kind of the woke narrative, at least the.
Well, I think the mainstream actually recognized it was an arc. Recognized that she was acting like a brat in that first episode.
No, they did not. First of all, I don't agree with that interpretation, and I don't believe that anyone else. I don't believe that the majority of people saw that as an arc whatsoever. And this is even further compounded by the fact the main villain of the show are literally, anti-feminist trolls on the internet.
Yes.
Who are angry at her for the existence of, quote, being a woman. So to me, this is like a very silly that you're trying to say, well, no, the whole point was, she was being too bratty and woke in that first
think that
episode.
there was layers.
Is that true?
Man, I think that just like saying it's one or the other is
pause it
kind
for
of
a
like,
second.
I don't know.
Is that true? Were the villains of She-Hulk shit posters on the internet?
Yeah. They were called the Intelligentsia. That seemed to be somewhat inspired by like maybe Doomcock with like the aesthetic of and like this really nice guy that she met throughout the season. He was super, like, one of the only nice guys in the show. Turned out toward the end they had a date, they slept together, and then next thing you know, he had like either stolen her phone or taken pictures of her naked or something like that and posted them. And and so turns out he wasn't.
I think it's a fair contemporary.
It's a contemporary thing. That is a thing that happens. Yeah. It's addresses, like this. That's what pisses me off. Is like these guys are essentially arguing for media to never have like contemporary plot lines in them. You know what I mean? Like, do they go after CSI Miami whenever they have shit like that going on? I don't know if that show's still on.
I will say, did you ever see the Special Victims Unit episode about Gamergate?
No, I heard about it. I heard it's pretty bad.
Dude, yeah, it's worth a watch just to kind of laugh about it, because I know that you
as much as I like Law and Order back in the day, SVU was never good. I'm sorry. I know. It's
How dare you?
Oh, by the way,
how dare you? Christopher Filoni is.
I do
God,
love
among
Christopher
men.
Maloney.
Speaking of Doomcock, I do want to remind everybody, please hit the like button and subscribe.
Greetings, my friends. Thank you for watching this video. And if you would be so kind, please subscribe if you like what you see. Help our channel to keep growing and keep fighting the war to save pop culture.
Is he even still around?
I think so, yeah.
I think so. Overlord DVD.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost, I guess if he had some influence with some real fucking stupid people, then he's lost even some of that. Like, basically, he was part of the kind of a fandom menace crowd, and then it seems like he went too far with some misinformation. He fell for some bait posts on 4chan or whatever that he reported as fact, and then it turns out it was bait. And yeah, I think that was maybe a little bit too embarrassing for like Geeks and Gamers and those guys, so they kind of disconnected.
Yeah, they cut the ties. Yeah.
Chariot, I'm just visualizing that in my head.
So, man, I really wish I knew if this was before or after the fucking the Marxist stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it must be.
Boys, I'm gonna go ahead and say my goodbyes.
All right, man. Yeah. Well,
Thanks for
thanks for
joining
being
us,
on,
man.
dude. And
Yeah, it was
is there
fun.
anything you want to say to the people about, I don't know, anybody that might be watching that's a fan of Adam Sitch or anybody, anything?
I mean, just look elsewhere. Look elsewhere. It gets the look for entertainment that's not so. I mean, I know that I think a lot of people watch Sitch and Adam for entertainment. And just it's not healthy to be watching this kind of like political super culture war stuff as like entertainment.
Yeah.
Like it's not mentally healthy. If it's a catharsis thing for you, I mean, I guess, but I mean, it's not, it doesn't make you into a good person. Like, oh man, that sounded so bad. It doesn't make you into like I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like it's negative. It's negative stuff. It's a lot of negative stuff that you're putting into your life intentionally, and I think it comes out in ways that you don't mean to, in other ways. And I think you just need to look elsewhere. I've sworn off a lot of this stupid culture war commentary stuff, as I say on a podcast that talks about culture war commentary.
I mean, our main thing is I don't think we've ever been like, there shouldn't be people with right-leaning opinions talking about this media or whatever. It's just that our main issue has always been the degree with which they kind of hide their power levels. Not Adam Sitch necessarily, but but also a little bit. They center the media as being the thing, like we're fans first, and it's like that's really not the intention of guys like Nerdrotic and shit like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like their intention is to push a very specific like political narrative, which is funny that it's the guys who once again got into the business of saying like, oh, look at all this political messaging in media, let's comment on it. Meanwhile, they're shoving in. They're just mad that it's not their political narrative at the end of the day, right?
That's it.
But I don't know. That was a terrible message that he did at the end.
Nah,
Jesus
it's not.
Christ.
If you wanted to, I know we talked about this. If you ever want to come back on, we can do it, just me or Bob too, or whatever. But like, I feel like there's a case to be made that centrism isn't really a thing, at least in this day and age, and that if you are a centrist and you consider yourself that, then generally you're probably just helping the right.
There's three levels of it. I think there's the obvious people that are like the Tim Pools or the Konstantin Kissins, like where like what their whole thing is to well, Tim Pool not anymore, but back in the day when he did call himself a centrist and try to ride that line, that's trying to like soften, like bring people more over to viewing the conservative point of view and saying like, hey, is this right for you? Let's soften this. Let's, but by the way, the left, like they're totally like look at them. They're crazy. Do you see all the riots happening on TV? They're fucking crazy. But here, let's listen to some, this is the more centrist, more way to do it. And then they're just trying to get people over to the right, and they're just kind of nakedly right. I think another flavor of centrist is just people that are kind of like maybe low information. That they don't really. It's low resolution. Just they're centrist because they're like, you know what, I don't want to make a decision on this. I don't have the information to make a decision on this, so I'm just going to call it down the middle. Like,
I think
maybe you're right, maybe you're right. I don't care.
Those are the people that are kind of exploited by some of this content too.
Yeah, a little bit.
They're radicalized by it in a way.
But I don't know. I don't know how I don't know how to articulate it quite yet. But yeah, I'm gonna.
We can have a whole other conversation about it sometime. But thanks for being on, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. It was fun.
And everybody subscribe to, what is it? The 3 homos and a pussy?
Yeah, 3 homos and a pussy. I have a feeling that your audience would not like that show.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you guys have a good one.
You too, man.
Thanks for joining us, man.
All right.
Oh God, I gotta talk to you. Fuck.
Just me and you now, Bob. Just me and you now, baby. Just like old times. Just like when we entered the Lions Den here on Valentine's Day last year.
Yeah, that's good times. Good times.
Man, what's funny is that I can hear myself, like my voice. I'm restraining myself so much throughout this whole thing. It's like I just, in the back of my mind, I'm just like, Adam, friend, you piece of shit. That's just what it wants to blurt out of me. So I kind of do want to find that part at least before we get out of here, because what was it that set me off? I think it was because he started going at you about really bad faith or something. I was just like, fuck this, and I really just unloaded on him.
This is like
promoting the anti-racist or racist narrative is the same thing that applies to the sexist narrative. You're either promoting the anti-sexism or you're sexist. So that's the connection.
That's definitely getting from Max Kennedy.
Do you disagree with that? Do you believe in a world where you can't?
If we agree that was a feminist view, then it was a system of thought, a mode of.
Yeah, but the problem.
I don't think that's an entire class of people. Right. I don't think that most men would. Yeah.
But the problem with the way that you're saying that is that the ideology is basically structured so that, well, even though it's part of this system, if you don't actively fight against the system, if you're neutral in it, or you're not fighting against it, you are participating in the system. You are advocating for the system.
Did the show say that?
No, but that's part of the broader ideology.
I don't think that just having and expressing a view like that is inherently means that you get to tie that entire ideology and whatever.
Well, I mean, if they're using the same language, I don't know. It seems pretty apparent to me, but
I guess so.
I mean, I think you might be unique in that.
Agreed.
In what?
Well, that whole ideology you just said seemed like a very bold claim.
That's literally Ibram X. Kendi, who was like one of the biggest names during BLM. That's his entire thing. You're either anti-racist or you're racist. There's no neutral.
He wrote
She-Hulk. But yeah, we're talking about She-Hulk.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. He wrote She-Hulk.
Well, I mean, it's kind of smart ass answer, but like seriously, like you're kind of just reaching a little bit there.
You know the right.
No, because that ideology, that idea,
Ibram X. Kendi, she has.
The binary of you're either promoting the anti-racist or racist narrative is the same thing that applies to the sexist narrative. You're either promoting the anti-sexism or you're sexist. So that's the connection. I don't think it's a stretch to.
Do you disagree with that? Do you believe in a world where you can only be racist or anti-racist?
I think the disconnect here is the essentializing and the think and not distinguishing between kind of just being part of
nobody essentialized anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you're not.
Well, I mean, we're jumping from Ibram X. Kendi to
if you don't do this,
She-Hulk.
you are racist or you are sexist. I mean, like, yeah, if you're not actively speaking on, whenever there's a possibility or you have a chance to, push back against harmful, shitty ideas, and you're kind of just taking a neutral position, I don't think that you're like a terrible person, really, but I think it's kind of sucks, and that okay, that's not somebody I'm going to want to.
Sounds like you do agree with Kendi. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I mean, to a degree, but like we're talking about She-Hulk right now. Yeah, we're not.
Well, no, you're
just like
we still haven't got an answer on the question.
Like, I don't think you need to be speaking out against anti-woke people on YouTube, but like This is just a thing that like we've kind of chosen because it's a serious problem. Listen, I stumbled into it simply because I like criticizing movies. I like, looking in and looking into themes, looking into ideas behind movies. And then I find this YouTube platform absolutely dominated by these anti-woke guys. Absolutely dominated. And that's a problem.
Do you believe with it?
Wait. Why is that a problem?
Well, because it's not representative
it's not
of
a good,
actual
it's
fans.
not remotely good critique. It's terrible critique.
And it's not representative of fandom. There's far more people who aren't anti-woke that are fans of these things, as evidenced by the success of them, than there are but YouTube, by the way the algorithm works and incentivizes sensationalism and incentivizes you benefit from repetitive, like kind of thin content that uses stock talking points and stuff like that. And so you get channels that are cranking out, everything is woke, this is woke, it's all woke, and it's bad. Meanwhile, people that are, making nuanced critique, it takes longer. You have to take time to think and to write and to not say the same thing over and over again.
I mean,
and
it sounds like you just don't understand what the critique is. You said that you were against communism. Like if, covertly people were placing communist.
I just want to pause it real fast in case people are wondering. This was the moment where I turned off my camera because I desperately need to pee.
Did you pee while you were on stream, dude?
Maybe.
Ideology into popular movies like Captain America. Would you be against that?
I'm not going to argue a fucking fantasy, man. Like it sounds like you're kind of just creating.
I'm saying, are you against people subversively placing their ideology into some fictional work? And I tried to pick an ideology that you disagree with.
I think that's a false premise because you're subversively implanting. Narrative and media has always had perspectives of the people creating it.
Okay.
So you don't think propaganda exists then, is what you're saying?
No, I think everything is basically propaganda. You guys make it, we make it.
So then I don't understand.
Propaganda isn't inherently always a negative thing. Like propaganda is just, it's everybody's got opinions and perspectives. That's what we're doing here. And it sounds like you guys want to create a cancel culture for, woke stuff.
Well, so I think maybe you misunderstood what Adam meant. He was saying when he means subversive, he means that it's not really.
It's dishonest.
Well, yeah, it's not exactly apparent that the person is advocating for in hypothetical that the person's advocating for communism.
So this kind of a claim of like that there's something subversive in it, right? And then just saying it's not apparent that it is, and we have just decided that it's subversive, right? So therefore it's bad. And it's like you can just do that with anything. You don't have to back up the claim because you can't because it's subversive. How can I support the fact that it's dishonest? Because it's dishonest. Like they don't make an argument to why that is, how they know that the writers are being subversive and dishonest with the messaging that they're intentionally, sinisterly putting into the fucking show. They don't make that argument. They just say that it is.
Yeah. That's great. You just make the claim, and then you force the other person to disprove it, which is always like, that's how you know you have a strong argument.
They use it. Yeah, that's a really good fucking way. They use ignorance to their advantage, and they
yes.
Oh God. And then it's enraging whenever they're like, I don't think you understand the point or whatever. And it's like, no, man, I fucking just told you why your point doesn't
I understand the
make any
point.
sense.
Yeah, I understand the point perfectly. It's just dog shit.
Right. That would be the subversive element.
And I think the word subversive really kind of gives the way that it's like you're reaching for something that maybe isn't meant in the way that you're taking it.
You don't think there's been any subversive political propaganda in media ever?
No, I don't.
Like, what the fuck is he talking? Like, why do they go from us saying, actually, I don't think that it's there in She-Hulk, and then you don't think there's any subversive? You don't think there's any propaganda? Like,
I missed the point where we say there isn't any political propaganda in movies.
Right.
I didn't say that. No, there definitely has been.
The problem with the hypothetical.
Well, it's
the communist one.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just bizarre.
Well, this is the accusation that people are. Look, this is the accusation that people are making. This is the conversation that we're having.
Yeah.
This is the critique that you have a problem with. Like you're saying, listen, the critique is not is not good, but you don't the critique you don't necessarily even really understand.
So
no, I think right now you're kind of just reaching for a way to shut down, the stuff that we've already said.
You're bringing up a hypothetical and saying it's real critique. What?
No. Wait. So Dane refused to answer a hypothetical, and now you're saying that the hypothetical is ridiculous, Bob.
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand why it's a ridiculous hypothetical.
Because obviously Adam's going to take that and extrapolate that to mean that we don't understand the critique, and it's fucking nonsensical.
No, you could say either that you'd say that you're either against or in favor or neutral to whether someone is putting, political messages that are subversive and not exactly obvious to the audience.
Okay. I mean, it seems like this is the thing with my problem with it was, and it took me, I wasn't able to communicate this on the fly, but my problem with it was, now thinking about it, that there was not any specifics being given about the context of this thing that you're saying. Like, am I just 100% in all cases against someone having a subversive opinion that I even disagree with, or some kind of thing? I mean, no, that'd be kind of stupid, because I'm not going to be, I don't know, this can't have that kind of control over everything. But it's the context I don't know, man.
It just seems like they're talking about how, like, movies will have messages, and like pretty much every movie has a message, or every story has a message of some sort, and that and you could argue it will reflect the artist's opinions, sure, but it doesn't.
I think it's a case of this, Bob. This video contains adult content not suitable for children.
That is true, because all this stemmed from freaking She-Hulk, and I was just trying to figure out what exactly was the terrible political influence in She-Hulk that they found so fucking offensive.
Well, it's really fucking upsetting whenever a guy hears that women, have to kind of look out because there might be men who try to hurt them in certain contexts. It's really, guys don't like hearing that. They're really sensitive.
I mean, she was just walking out of that bar one day, and guys were like, surrounding her in a non-menacing fashion, and she felt the need to Hulk out in front of them to scare them off. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually kind of trying to appeal to them with that point, Reggie. I was like, look, I mean, technically, if you want to say that, sure. Because I wish I would have seized on when he mentioned Captain America. Fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why did I miss that? Because, man, let's
Captain
talk about...
America isn't political. What the fuck?
Let's talk about Winter Soldier for a minute. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't have any kind of political messaging in it, huh? And subversive, another thing, subversive and hidden, that depends. If it was actually subversive and hidden, they wouldn't notice it. So, like, what they're saying is that, like, some people will notice, political themes or social themes or whatever, or allegory. Some people won't. And that's not necessarily subversive. Like, are you arguing to defend stupid people, media illiterate people, from watching something that they don't understand? Is that their point? I don't know.
In the media.
Yeah. What if I disagree that's what's happening, question. And also the audience is not a monolith.
So, but we're not asking you if you think that's what's happening. We're asking you, is that okay if it was happening?
Well, communism is a weird example, but.
So I want to point out that, like, we haven't watched it all, but, like, up until this point, we are now, this is an hour, almost 2 hours into this discussion, and probably the previous half hour or more was us, really, we backed fucking Sitch into a corner with his take about, like, we were really grilling him on trying to explain to us how this is political, explicitly political, and not. Not saying that it can't be, but, like, you're not making a case for why that's definitely what it is, and not just the perspective of a writer who happens to be a woman that lives in the world, right? And so they got pretty frustrated, I think, by that stretch of the debate, where we weren't budging and we were actually pushing back on them to make a goddamn case instead of just make a goddamn claim. And this is the point where they actually got something that we didn't know how to and shouldn't have had to answer, because it didn't really convey anything. It wasn't it's a nonsense question, and yet that's what they're going to seize on, and they dug their heels in at this point, because of course they're going to. They hadn't gotten any push on us prior to this. So anyway,
And the whole thing is like I was saying, this is kind of a deadlocked, kind of nothing debate in a lot of cases, because we knew exactly what the goal was going in there. You know, we talked about it plenty. It was like, okay, they're going to try to pigeonhole us as woke, and then they're going to tack all these positions that we maybe do or don't hold or whatever, and they're going to make us defend them, and then they're going to be, you know, probably insincere and bad faith and try to get us flustered, because then you can go look at their channel. They do this. Then they're going to put up a video that's like titled in some inflammatory way, like that the left they went crazy, went off the rails, or whatever. And I think they actually did that with us. So.
No, yeah, no. There's that one. I haven't even watched the video, but like.
Yeah, they think capitalist megacorporations are. They either think that the capitalist megacorps are producing that knowingly, or they think that these corps just don't have anybody working for them that, you know, might think that they should look out for any subversive writers putting their fucking ideologies into the content, right?
So here we go. Adam-fronted nukes organized chaos from orbit, leaves him stammering in flaming hot crater. Yeah. I've never actually seen that video. I have no idea.
I've never seen that happen.
The debate possibly be, and I honestly don't even care.
I don't know when that happened in this debate. I don't feel like there's anything that happened that could describe that. He could say, they could, in sincerity, good faith, title it Adam and Sitch have organized chaos, and I guess didn't want to include me. That's fine. I'm fine with that. You can have all that credit, Bob. You know, leave them, you know, unable to answer, or they can't answer this, you know, one question or something. Like, that's true. We can't because we want to. I could tell it was just something that was, yeah, you guys see it.
How about smoking? How about pro-smoking?
Fascism.
How about
whatever you want to put?
Well, I mean, there's actually lots of pro-smoking in movies. Lots of people looking cool smoking. That's a very common debate.
Is that?
Well, give me a second. The way that you just extrapolated or like connected Ibrahim Kendi to feminism, and like by these weird, you know, connective threads that like, and you're just kind of. It's bizarre. That's why I'm getting hesitant to answer stuff now, because it seems like no matter what, you're going to find some way to connect it to some weird position. I think,
well, here's the problem. It's not really that bizarre. I don't think, now you can tell me I'm wrong here. I'm not sure what you guys' background is. I don't think that you guys have really done any sort of deep dive into reading, you know, any of the literature related to, you know, the origins of CRT or queer theory or radical feminism, and you're not really familiar. You don't have like a good academic theoretical understanding.
Real quick, apparently that's required to review movies now. Talk about She-Hulk? What?
So because these guys have fallen for the fucking Chris Rufo, you know, line, the narrative that Chris Rufo in admittedly, very proudly and openly admitted that he wanted people to think about CRT when it comes to basically anything that, you know, woke or whatever, and they've fallen for that, and now because they've fallen for that, and they've fallen for the, you know, most probably some twisted version of what CRT actually is, the conservative informed version of that, and then yeah, like you said, Bob, that we don't, you have to have all that information in mind to watch She-Hulk, and if you don't, then you're being subverted.
Yeah,
the fuck out of here, man.
I've read it. Yeah, I've
really,
I've looked into it for sure. Yeah.
Okay, what is the source? What is one of the primary sources that you read for this? Or like, well, what have you read into? I guess I should ask that question.
So wait, is this gonna be like a
giant side quest, Sitch?
Okay, so like a primary source to critique She-Hulk, like. I think it's interesting they're gonna bring up all this stuff when, in my mind, all I'm thinking is, I don't know, maybe Dan Slott's run on the comic book.
I mean, the CRT in particular that I've read, you know, and the reason I couldn't answer is because it's just some articles and shit that I've read. I don't remember where I read them necessarily. I don't remember who wrote them, but I probably read fucking Wikipedia about CRT. I've read some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't done the academic labor that apparently they have, you know, but anyway.
Well,
no, but that's the promise, because he said he doesn't understand how I'm connecting Ibram X. Kendi to this when you were directly asking
Okay.
how does it say
Here
that
it goes.
you're
Here
either
it comes.
with us or against us, and I brought up that's literally Ibram X. Kendi's position, and you're saying you don't understand how that's connected. So
He's going to take us there in just a moment, guys. We're almost there.
Does it seem like you don't have a good
That's the
theoretical understanding
racist, anti-racist guy.
of kind of like where the quote unquote woke academic ideas come from?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know what the ideas that Chris Rufo has popularized, and as he's admitted that it was all kind of done intentionally to create this moral panic about CRT, which doesn't exist, like it's not being taught to. I forgot I did this. Yay me! Anybody that hasn't chosen to teach it, it's not being put into elementary schools or whatever.
Right, so I'm not asking if
I guess I
you've
need
read-
to know like what you mean by CRT.
Well, okay, so I'm not asking if you've read Chris Rufo or an article complaining about Chris Rufo. I'm asking, have you read academics who are CRT academics who are?
Yes, I have,
theorists?
man. I've read. Did he say an article complaining about Chris Rufo?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I meant if he did, I'm not sure.
Well, it kind of reveals a little bit that he's being defensive of the Chris Rufo part, I think. I've read through some papers. I don't remember names. You know what I mean? Like if you're asking me to cite, citations, I can look for them and see if I can find what I read. But we're getting off in the weeds. But
well, we are getting off the weeds, and we can go back. Just to me, I don't think there's a good. If you have read these things and understood them, you would very clearly.
Well, tell me. No, see, I think you're shifting the burden here because you're not comfortable with me calling out the fact that you connected things that really are
It's
tenuous at best,
totally
and now you're-
pertinent. What are you talking about?
Wait. They literally weren't tenuous at best.
It's totally
you
pertinent.
forgot the original line of the question. The original line of the question that got us onto the sidetrack with the She-Hulk Ibram X. Kendi thing is I said, how is this not different than we were talking about cancel culture and audiences? And I said, how is this not different than if she's making these broad sweeping claims against men in society? And basically, is that not levying hatred
that.
towards men?
I
And then your
answered that.
response was, well, it's different because she's not attacking individual
Right,
people.
I answered
and
that,
she's not
yes.
talking and she's not talking about intentional behaviors. She's talking about systems.
Right.
And then I said, well, wait a minute. Implicit in and explicit in those ideologies about the systemic racism and systemic sexism is the idea that you either have to fight against it or you participate in it. And then you said, who's saying that? And then I said, Ibram X. Kendi, who's one of the most famous
I was saying
people
in the show. Who's saying that? In the show, man? In the show, who's saying that?
Obviously, no, the show said those exact words. Obviously,
Look, let me make.
But if that was your only contention, you
who
should've said that
who
20
even
minutes ago.
implied that in the show?
Look,
That's implicit
get back.
in the.
Let's reel it
Okay,
in.
we can get back.
Let's
But I'm saying
back
that's
to the
implicit in
question
the
here.
ideology that she was talking about.
Is it okay? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, what society should do about racism. Like, is it okay to be friends with a racist or a transphobe, or
We'd have to decide.
like we should
like,
just
who's-
shun them?
So listen,
Okay, I am friends with racists, right? I'll put it that
Okay.
way.
How dare you?
Right. You cancel me,
Okay.
right? You guys gonna cancel me? Or
I'm
no?
going to.
Okay.
Well, I'm not in
but what I
favor
mean
of
by that
cancel
is-
culture, and I've heard you don't even think cancel culture exists. So I don't see how we would cancel you.
I think it doesn't exist to the degree like it's just so nebulous that it's just like woke. The term has become a catch-all for basically like, oh, you fucking said something that criticized me, and now you're like it's a way to avoid criticism in a lot of cases.
Well, no, I was asking specifically about how should society deal with the problem of racism. You're saying it's okay to be friends with racists, so shunning them, saying nobody should be friends with them is not acceptable. Like,
Well, let me give you a couple of examples, please.
Okay.
If I am friends with people who hold some racist notions, right? If they said them to me, and sometimes it comes out, I would be like, dude, no, here's why that's, and then we're friends. So they will listen sometimes, a couple of, every once in a while they'll learn something and try to work on it. Because it's the essentializing is the main difference. Like, I'm not calling them racist as in like they're evil, terrible people. I'm saying they hold some racist notions. I do think, like I said at the beginning, that a lot of the ways that people go about, just essentializing it on both sides is unproductive, to say the least. And creates a lot of fucking discord that doesn't need to exist. But
so shunning them is not something you're in favor of. So what?
Well, I was going to give you another example. So if I have a friend who just comes out and says,
thinks whatever race or whatever is just genetically inferior, and yeah, man, I'm gonna fucking not be friends with that guy, because that's like, just for one thing, it's not rooted in anything factual. You know, it's scientifically bunk, and yeah.
Okay,
and
so
morally bunk as well.
so you're saying the level of racism determines whether or not you're going to shun somebody. So I guess like some mild racism you're tolerant of, but if somebody
I
is
disagree with the ways you're describing. It's not a level of racism. It is how deeply rooted, how worth my time is it to be friends with this person? Can I maybe get them to understand things in a different way? And are they just committed to being a fucking ignorant piece of shit? And in that case, shun them is also another loaded word, because, you know, no, there's plenty of places that guy can go to have buddies and good friends.
You pick
so
you
shunning
pick
from
your
society
words.
isn't really.
Look, you pick your. I'm the question I'm asking. Question 3: how should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia? I'm throwing words out because you're not really giving us anything to go off of. Like
it is a broad question that
you are
asking
making. You are making videos and you are accusing people of being sexist. You are accusing people of being racists. You just did a debate with Eric July and you accused him of being a racist. I am trying to figure out, if you call somebody a racist, what am I supposed to infer that you mean by that? Do you mean that that person should be ostracized from society, that they should lose their job? Do you think they should get a slap on the wrist? Do you think they should?
Okay, sorry, they're having a internet issue there, I think.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that.
You guys hear
me? I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I accidentally fucking banned Reggie a minute ago, and I was trying to go through my YouTube guts to unban him, and then I think whenever I hit save, it just suddenly everything slowed down and fucked up. So I think we're good now. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was going through my bans just in case he was on my channel, just to make sure he could get unbanned.
Oh yeah, he might not have been on my channel. That's true. Shit. Well, we'll fix it, Reggie. I'm sorry, man. It was an accident.
Yeah, we'll get you back in, Reggie, no matter what.
A stern talking to by their mother?
I will give you 100% optimal best answer. So racism, sexism, transphobia, these are largely just like behaviors. Like you could argue maybe a person would qualify under those things if they have a lot of these behaviors. But in general, you're just talking about random behaviors a person might have. The optimal situation, if somebody says something racist, somebody pulls aside and said, hey, maybe you should think about this. The person goes, yeah, I think you're right. And that's it.
Well, what if they disagree with you? What if what they've done?
I mean, we can have a
they don't
debate
perceive
or
as
discussion.
racist.
I mean, it kind of depends. Like if they're really it all depends on the infraction too. These are all very nuanced things. But the main goal is just to point out, hey, this is a problem.
Okay, so you don't think any harsher punishment should be levied? Just a friend should take them aside and say, "Look, it's not cool for you to do that."
That's what.
There's lots of
you're
nuance.
jumping around,
layers.
and you're jumping back and forth between how would you handle it versus punishment, society handle it. Like, what are we talking about? Give us an example.
Wait a second here. I can ask you your opinion about how society should handle it. I mean, I'm sure you could give me both, right?
I'm not going to say that I'm an expert on how exactly all of the ways society should handle it. I don't.
So
think
you don't have a. You don't have.
I don't
an
think any
opinion
one person should answer that in any kind of just in a debate format where it's like, here's a quick answer on how this is how we solve it, guys. I think that's nonsense.
It doesn't have to be a quick answer. Talk as long as you want.
Yeah,
I think it's going to take a lot of time, and we're still in the process of learning how to communicate these ideas of trying to get people to understand that this is factually correct, ethically.
Maybe here's a way to phrase it, because we're trying to get specifics, and I feel like we're not getting them.
I know you are. You're trying to get specifics so that you can kind of create a.
Yeah, it's a very broad question. You're trying to get specific.
I'm trying to understand. You do this all the time in videos. We just want to understand it.
It's interesting that so much of this is about what is cancel culture versus accountability culture, and I guess that's really what we're trying to hone in on here. Like, for example, if you. If both of you, if either of you, you say, oh, Rags is a horrible racist, sexist, right?
So like this theme that we noticed talking with Danimal, and the things that they've said very recently about, it's just these wild assumptions of like punishment and like rights being lost because someone says some racist shit or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they truly think it is that there's some force out there that's trying to fucking take their rights away or punish them or they're scared of that anyway. They're definitely scared of that.
I mean, they like to frame it that way. I mean, probably the most absurd one they like to talk about is like, essentially like pronoun thing. Like, people get thrown in jail for pronouns. It's like, this is an absurdist thing. No, like I'm not advocating for anything like this be illegal. Now there might be actions rooted from this I think would be illegal, but like just stuff like this in general, no, it's kind of just freedom of speech. It's shitty speech in my opinion, but like
and they used, he said I could use whatever words I want, sure, but like the words he's using matter and they set the tone of the question that he's asking, right? So he's like, how should society punish them or whatever? Should they be shunned and all this shit? And it's like, these are really dramatic words that I don't think fucking apply. Like, is that what you're afraid of? Are you afraid that if someone thinks you're a racist, you're going to be shunned or punished? Because I don't think that that's, of course, like we're saying, depending on like words. No, I mean, terms of service should be applied to words.
Yeah.
Yes. That'd be nice if they actually did that. But like, if you say the N-word on the internet, should you go to jail? No. I don't think so. But like if you say it to somebody and then fucking assault them, I mean, because assault is illegal, and hate crimes are bad. So
absolutely,
I don't know. It's just this shit doesn't make any sense to me. The way that they are making us answer these questions, trying to make us answer these questions that don't have any bearing on reality.
And I mean, plus, I mean, if these guys really want to go into cancel culture, let's talk about the biggest cancel culture mob, which is the right wing. God forbid anyone moderately right wing who establishes himself as right wing says anything negative about Trump, because holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, Harlan, I wish I would have thought to word it just like this, because that's it right there. There's a big difference between, if there's somebody that you got to kind of judge things on a case by case basis. If I have a friend that I think maybe just is just ignorant and hasn't explained to them actually, well, you know what? Matter of fact, comes to transphobia. I had a friend that have been friends with since I think 7th grade, and then I think it was 2020. I'd moved away and he stayed in our hometown, and he generally stayed pretty progressive liberal, but like when it came to transgender stuff, he still had some shitty thoughts on it. And I said something to him about it in the nicest way I possibly could. It was like, I don't know if you've considered this, but and then he got all uppity and fucking defensive, and then we haven't talked since that conversation, and that sucks. But I wasn't gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, I fucking tried to educate you on something that actually has bearing on people's lives. But so I think I did text him and say, look, man, I don't love the way this went down, but if you feel like that you're ready to kind of hear what I had to say and not be defensive, I'd love to talk to you again. Balls in his court, hadn't heard back. So I will hold my ground on things like that, even when it's heartbreaking and somebody who's been a really good friend for a lot of years.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes you will have like really close, and I've had to do really close friends that you just have to cut out of your life. There's multiple reasons, whether it's for your own well-being or maybe just to hope to jar them into something. But either way, just sometimes you have to do shit like that. And
very supportive comments from Pop Counterculture. It's interesting because you guys have them back into their corners so badly they're nearly saying the quiet part out loud. We're trying to get specifics. It's like they're trying to be like, what can we say and get away with, man?
Yeah.
Can you just tell us so we can I say the N-word or not?
Well, Sketchy here, who is not blocked, thankfully. But he's talking about Eric July. You guys want to know something? If Eric July did a video where he started talking about how excited he was for Kamala Harris and how much he's going to vote for her, just watch how quickly he gets canceled.
Yeah, true. I mean, also, but if you're somebody who's a fan of like Eric July, if you're a comic skater, Rippaverse kind of person, Phantom Menace guy or whatever, and you're watching, I would say that you should definitely follow Eric July's advice on voting. Just he's got a really good take for you specifically. Please listen to him. There you go. I mean that too. Responding to Dane pointing out their wild swings from broad to specifics by defensively shouting, "I'm allowed to ask whatever I want," like they're gaslighting their miserable girlfriends.
Make a video, accusing him of being a racist, sexist, and then someone at YouTube says, "Oh my God, I watched, Dane and Bob's video, and I think this dog is very racist and sexist," and he gets booted from YouTube. Is that a good thing, or you say, "Wow"?
This is something I wish to add because I did not bring this up at the time, but it's like, should we condemn Rags for the things he actually said, or condemn him because I say something? Like, it's such a weird workaround. It's like maybe Rags shouldn't say that half the miserable, terrible shit he does. Is that
Right.
too much
It's
to
like,
ask?
yeah, maybe Rags says some terrible shit, but also Bob has called him out on it, and
Yeah.
come on.
How dare I? What?
They really do seem to think that, just calling someone a racist is equally morally bad as saying a racist thing. And that's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because and it's like they do understand in their own way the way that we approach these things, which is generally like, saying racist shit, saying transphobic, homophobic shit, contributes to a system of patterns of harm. Even if you don't want to call it a system, you understand patterns. I know that's kind of controversial with some mustard folks. But patterns of harm that would be reduced if we did not contribute this language into, the discourse and whatnot, and make these things okay with certain people. That would reduce harm. And then they don't want to understand that, but they understand it whenever it's like, if you call someone racist, that could have a negative effect on their livelihood or something like that. They could be ostracized. People might not be friends with them anymore. Never mind the fact that the harms there are measurably different. But yeah, it's so bizarre to be stuck in this this mode of thought where essentially all things are equal. You guys are anyway. Meanwhile, he's voting for Trump. So
yay.
I didn't mean for that to happen. That's a bad thing.
Yeah. It's a great question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd have to think about it, honestly. It is a good question.
Well, why don't you think about it before you make the video? Why are you thinking about it now?
Because
these motherfuckers don't have any right to challenge someone on not thinking things through before making videos.
What should be called out when it happens? But let me throw an example at you.
People have hold on, Bob, real quick. People have been kicked off of YouTube for way fucking less, so
Yeah.
honestly, I wouldn't feel that bad about it.
Okay.
I really wouldn't.
Okay.
Well, okay, let me throw an example at you, because I know there's a specific YouTuber. There's probably more than one, but I can name you one specifically who will go out of his way to comment negatively anytime a woman does something in anything, whether it's a writer or a character. They will call out that woman, think of some way to make fun of them. Now, when a person constantly does that over and over again, what would you call that person?
Well, it depends upon the criticism. I would have to
No,
look
they're always calling
specifically
out a
at the
woman.
criticism.
They're always calling out women.
Just a woman existing, man.
Yeah,
just a
all
woman
the
existing
time.
in the show.
Well, but look,
Yeah, obviously, if under I don't know who the YouTuber is that you're talking about. If
Does it
I
matter?
was watching YouTuber, well, I'm just answering your question.
Okay.
Because I could say yes or no, and then they're going to say, "Well, I was talking about this person," so you're saying they're sexist. That's what I'm.
Literally, great job, Bob. By the way, I didn't really realize that until right now that you kind of just turned their tactic on them right there. They're like, they're experiencing what we just were just a few minutes ago, right? Like, I don't want to answer that because it could lead to this and whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, man, this is what happens when you're fucking disingenuous and you ask broad questions that
I'm trying to address here. So if I saw a YouTuber and it's like, this is really weird. All they do whenever a woman enters the screen, they go, "Oh, boo, hiss, woman." They start shaking a little rattle thing whenever a woman.
You like that clip of Jeremy Griggs watching the Fallout trailer Diversity. Oh, diversity. Fiddling with his mic.
Appears like I'd be like, that guy seems pretty sexist, right?
That'd be pretty entertaining, really. But yeah.
I don't understand. So, what is the deeper question here, and related to how you think that YouTube or society should respond to this stuff?
And how do we know you're not just cherry picking? And they have, great criticism that, of movies that involve female protagonists.
Well,
you just have never seen them.
Well, that's exactly how we've been feeling with a lot of the questions you've given us, by the way. So you're welcome. But yeah, it's it really is a case by case basis, and I can't tell. YouTube does a lot of shit that I wish it wouldn't. A lot of companies, corporations do a lot of shit that I wish they wouldn't, man. And like, I'm not going to sit here and go to bat for them. But I think that it generally.
Well, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you if you guys put out content that got Rags canceled from YouTube, would you say that that's a just thing to happen to him?
I mean, we would have to look at it, but honestly, I won't be crying any rivers for him, be frank.
100% other Bob, because yeah, you best be training. And honestly, Bob, you got to be on the lookout, because you got a guy who recognizes that you're a fucking shark, and I don't know if you've gone against somebody like that, who knows ahead of time that you are not to be trifled with in a debate. So whenever we get you guys dueling, it's gonna be blood.
It should be interesting, because it's, Bob the Older Ways will be like, Rings of Power is awesome, and I'll be like, I agree.
Well, I mean, look, I'll go ahead and offer my moderation services for this discussion, debate, whatever you want to call it, to determine who is the superior Bob, who gets to keep the name of Bob. But it's going to be a little bit more involved than that, I think. It's not just going to be what opinions do we agree with or whatever, right? It's going to be tough. You guys be prepared.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't feel bad. I don't think that. I don't think it's going to happen.
When we're dealing with somebody,
but that's not what I'm asking.
Tells people to kill. When we're dealing with somebody who, on the regular, with a massive platform, tells people to kill themselves, I'm not crying a river for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
so if I actually think that's the most fucked up that he repeatedly has said, and I think it's
so.
Not good,
if you hypothetically, I know we have some issues with hypotheticals, but hypothetically, if you are Susan Wojcicki, or you two are in charge of YouTube, and you have a button that says, "I'm going to cancel this person," and it's going to cancel Rags, would you say, "I'm pressing the button"?
No, I'd cancel the first. I'd press the reprimand button. Here's why you shouldn't do this, man. Like, we really appreciate you not fucking using this kind of language, because it's just shitty.
What does the reprimand button do? Is it like a public lashing, or?
Well, I mean, most of the time.
God damn, dude! Does Adam just have like fantasies of like, are you calling me racist in public and fucking whipping me and like?
It's like pretty much all we do. Like, all our channel is essentially like calling a spade a spade. Like, we're just pointing shit out for a lot of these guys, and they're looking for like nuances on like how we would operate social media, and it's like,
in particular, I think Adam just has a fetish. He's like, tell me how you'd punish me, Daddy.
These social
if it was
media
me in
sites,
control, no.
Most
if
times,
it was me in control, I don't think calling people out publicly ever, very rarely contributes to productively. Honestly,
I mean, a public lashing of Rags could actually be pretty fun.
Doing that?
But yeah, I mean, it would be something like honestly, any kind of system that would let him know that, hey, this isn't ideal, would be great if YouTube had that. But
they do. I mean, they give people warnings and strikes and stuff.
Not for a lot of shit, though.
Yeah, they let people get away with a lot. Yeah, like most social media companies, like Twitter, for example, essentially, say, hey, your account's suspended for 30 days for X violation done on this tweet or whatever. That's a standard thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think YouTube should be more. I think it's a huge problem with YouTube that their terms of service are very vague, and if you violate them, they give you like this.
White. Sorry, I'm male. Sorry, I'm white. Sorry, I'm male.
They don't specifically say like, you said this, and this violates our terms of service. Blah 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 blah. So I agree with all that. Yeah, it's very frustrating. But so it sounds like what you're saying is so. Okay, so you're in charge of YouTube. You're going to press the reprimand button.
You're going to say, Rags, we're reprimanding you for whatever. Here's a reprimand.
Mhm.
And then if Rags continues to behave the way he's behaving currently right now, do you press the
Well,
cancel
if it's just an email, why he's not going to do anything? What?
Well, I
I
mean,
got to threaten to
let
cancel
me
his
answer,
account
because I
or
think
something.
that there should be a series of things like, you know, potentially warning, then maybe demonetization, or, you know, something like that. Just, I don't know. I don't think that people should just, you said some shitty things and now you're gone. I don't agree with that. And also
Well, if you're reprimanding him, though, you are in the censorship position because you're the one saying that what he said is so egregious that he should be reprimanded, and you're trying to stop him from saying that in the future, which is
I thought, well, I don't know.
the point of doing the
Sitch
reprimand.
said earlier he's not a free speech absolutist.
Yeah.
Are you?
No, but I thought you
Well,
said
yeah, but-
you said you weren't trying to censor them. I thought you just said no, or did I miss?
Well, it's a form of censorship, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I mean,
we're talking. Sitch talked about censoring things like pedophilia and necrophilia and bestiality.
Well, in the example we brought
You're
up, he was just
talking
talking about Jen Walters talking about her feelings.
Yeah, they want to censor that.
Yeah, I don't think that there should be what I call subversive political message in popular mainstream.
Well, then, see, that creates a whole fucking problem, because then it's like you and I don't agree on that being a subversive.
I'm sorry. I just love the fact that Jen Walters talked about her feelings as subversive political message.
And once again, it's just like, so, you know, it is this exact same logic that EFAP are using to not speak with us, by the way. I don't know if you saw, I said in the messages last night. I found out.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I've heard that excuse before. Yeah.
The
no, they obviously
justification
just don't
for
want
them
to
not
talk to us.
speaking to us is because they've decided, despite us giving specific reasons why we want to talk to them, they've decided that those aren't real. That doesn't matter. What we really want is attention. That's all we want. And they don't talk to people that just want attention. And that's the same kind of thing. It's like once you decide that you're, you know, your enemy or whatever you want to say on the other side of an issue, that this is what this is, and that when it's that thing that I decide the definitions of what that thing means, that is nope, zero tolerance on that, right? Like it's the same kind of fucking reactionary goddamn logic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, one of those, both, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's opportunism at best. Like that's, I mean, you know, I guess that's one version of it is just opportunism, but I mean, still it's going to, the effect of it is what I really care about. The
I
effect
mean,
is-
I'll be blunt. I think the best situation for someone who considers them a centrist is that they're just politically uninformed. That's it.
Yep, but I mean, even still, that is going to benefit the right wing.
Yes, it will.
You know, and it also just leaves you vulnerable to the people that are knowingly using centrism as a fucking right wing tool. Versus
I
political
understand
message.
that.
We are
so then you've got a specific group of people deciding just kind of nebulously based on criteria that I don't agree with and that a lot of people wouldn't agree with, that something could be, and that's a fucking slippery slope, man.
Yeah.
Like that is not a great way to go.
So but here's the problem: is that when I look at my reading of the situation, of the scene and of She-Hulk in general, and it basically seems to conform with everyone, even people that agree with its view. And I'm not familiar with yours specifically, Dane, but it definitely contradicts Bob's point of view. Then I think I'm definitely more right in my interpretation of She.
He's not more. He's fucking dumb, is what it is. It's a dumb take on the show, and it just like it sets the standard that like all manner of things that don't that say something that challenge the comfort basically of cis straight white men is going to be subversive. I mean, you look at you know how in the South and stuff in Texas they've changed the history books so that like they don't want to make little white kids uncomfortable learning about slavery, and it's the same kind of shit. The same people that are always like, oh, get over it, snowflake, and so you know it's like you guys are pussies.
Hulk as a series and in that scene particularly. I mean, especially when like the main villain of the entire series is, you know, toxic males on the internet. Like it's just, I don't see how you could say that scene was supposed to be like genuine wrong. It just seems so.
Do you think there's not any like toxic males on the internet that just kind of go after women?
So let's get. So you're arguing that
I don't think we get to it, but like I really like rewatching this. It's like I really want to ask him, why do you feel the need to defend these guys?
Yeah. Well, because he's sexist.
Oh, well,
No, I mean, I think
that makes
that he does kind of. I feel like Danimal had a point that we get him to the point where they're frustrated enough that he just kind of agrees with sexism because like it's the least, or it's the most socially acceptable ism that there is, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how a lot of these guys radicalize people. I don't know, you know, maybe them, I don't know, but like right wingers radicalize young men, old men too, via anti-feminist thought, like anti-feminist rhetoric. So like they build up feminism to be this fucking evil thing, and then like they you know, all the clips that went around during the anti-SJW days, so there's still a lot of them around, of some woman upset about something. Oh, this is what feminism is. They're fucking freaking out all the time. And then, you know, then you got your foot in the door and you can introduce them to, hey, what about these anti-racists too? You know what I mean? Like, or these SJWs that are saying, what? Respect queer people. Yuck.
What?
You know, She-Hulk shouldn't have toxic males on the internet being the villain. So yeah, I guess Dane's question.
I'm saying that's not what he was arguing. That's not what he was arguing, Bob.
Yeah, I'm saying that there's a specific
that's context he's applying to his read of that. First
yeah, I'm
scene.
saying there's specific, you know, there's a specific political message in the show that I don't think should be in these kinds of shows. You know, I just I don't want fascism.
Is it
you know, I don't want Disney
kind of hidden though.
Yeah.
Yes,
you know?
in terms of this is the problem, and you know, because the whole concept, and this will be, I'm sure you guys won't agree with this because you don't agree with sort of wokeness or cancel culture. I mean, the whole problem that I see right now is that essentially, you know, the left is basically.
You notice that we specifically told them why we don't just accept woke and cancel culture as like just accept it and then move on with the conversation. We've gave specific reasons and like, you know, kind of and more broadly explained that it's because it's used in such nebulous, vague ways, and then they never offered anything in return of that. Right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Being subverted by wokeness, and wokeness is, as I said in the beginning, how I define it is to wake up to the idea that liberalism can't solve societal problems. And so to me, that's an incredibly dangerous idea.
So that's his definition for it. That's not the definition he read. Remember, he read that big long definition and he said, well, how I interpret that, and then he gives this thing that is not really what that says at all. It's just like Eric July and how he, you know, well, here's what a token is. I've decided to change the definition. If you don't agree with me, you idiot. Like, we're almost done here. We can go ahead and get out of here actually if you want. We're about to hit 4 hours. What do you got going on, Bob?
Well, tomorrow I will be streaming. First solo streaming a little bit. Got some comic books covered, and then I was thinking maybe peruse Rumble, see if there's anything.
Oh, I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah.
Well, we need to coordinate. I need to know when you're streaming, so I don't either. So I don't step on your.
I will be 5 to 7 Eastern Standard Time. So
2 to.
Yeah, that's gonna be 2 to 4 for you. Yes.
Cool. That's perfect. So you know we'll probably start the Fatcast.
I will try to end it after 2 hours because I actually do have I have a date at 8.
You better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start at 4 or just as soon as you're done. We'll kind of watch and wait for you to finish up, and we're gonna be talking about a little conversation by Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson recently.
Oh God.
Specifically one part of it where Elon just straight up lies and uses his fucking trans daughter to like just lie. He's just lying, you know. And we're gonna look at the response of his daughter. She had a response on Twitter. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could disrespect Elon Musk more, but like he's really trying with that moment.
That really does.
God, it was disgusting.
Like,
God, it's your daughter, man. Fuck you.
And it seems like that conversation was just kind of set up for that purpose too.
Yes,
because they kind of talk about a bunch of nothing and bullshit before that, and then suddenly it just takes this specific turn into that, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is gross, man. And I imagine that it has something to do with election, because Elon seems invested in it in more ways than one. And we might look at a little bit of a conspiracy theory that's going around regarding this whole thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I do find it hilarious how Elon Musk pledged like 45 million a month to Trump's campaign, and then like a couple days later went, "Oh wait, no."
Well, not only that, but like within 24 hours of Kamala being announced, they had raised more than he would be donating from now to the election. So just like basically nullified that anyway. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, his daughter transitioning and like hearing her take on what just he flat out lied like a bunch of really fucking gross, egregious lies about his kid like that. Like in doing that specifically to protect your class privilege essentially, and to not be, man, what a piece of shit. We're gonna be talking about it tomorrow. You're gonna be reading comics and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, we got comic books and cruising Rumble. Maybe check out Nerdrotic on Rumble, because I am kind of interested if there's any differences going on.
Hey, thanks, Ed. We did better than I kind of remembered, honestly. I remember it just being frustrating more than anything else. I didn't think we did badly.
That almost always seems to happen. I'll leave a debate frustrated and annoyed, and I think I did terrible. And then I go back and look over it for like an edit or something, and I go, "Hey, actually did all right."
Yeah. I mean, we knew going into, if we weren't prepared for what was going to happen, it probably would have been pretty bad. But that was us knowing that they were going to try to do that. And I think that's why they also got very frustrated at us. And in fact, let me just go ahead and skip to my exit, because I forget what exactly I said, but it's fun. Waited a long time to go off on this stupid fucker.
Case by case.
It's not a question of being entitled
I think
to
that
have a
each is a
job
case by case basis. And in
Ethan
his case,
was
he had
fired for voting for Trump.
Several times that he had said
Oh,
some
no.
really
Oh,
much
here we
about
go.
usage. I would
things, but I don't think
It's people who categorize criticizing politicized movies as sexism, racism, or transphobia. You make as political a movie as you want, but people should be able to criticize it, especially if you're pushing some ideology subversively into the movie. I should be able to criticize that. Like if you're sneaking Christianity into the movie, well,
and people can criticize you for criticizing that. Why do you think your criticism should be like,
Well, it's not fair to call somebody sexist, racist, or transphobic because they're criticizing the ideology.
It's not fair.
Because the problem is that, like, so if I say, "Oh, I don't like Starship Troopers because I'm very favorable towards jingoism," or whatever the movie's parroting, it's like, okay, that's fine. You're presumably not going to receive. And if someone criticizes you for having that opinion, and they just say, I think Sitch had a bad take on this, he's wrong about that's what the movie's about. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe people in the comments harass me or whatever. But the difference when you start loving these accusations of like, this person's racist, this person's sexist, this person's transphobic, because that has a way of materializing into getting people canceled, into getting them, barred.
Okay.
From
Have
speaking.
you guys been
and I think
canceled
that's
before?
really Adam and my contention here.
Have you guys been canceled before?
I mean, not yet.
No, not yet.
Well, I mean, I've seen some of the associations you've got. At least Adam, I don't know much about you, Sitch. I would think that some of the people
Adam's
and positions I'm sure you've defended, or at least advocated.
You know nothing about any of our positions.
Well, I know that you at one point were cool. I know that at one point you
know
were
nothing.
cool.
Look, what's my position on voting? One position. What's my position?
Oof. Oh man, that's gonna be an edit. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh god, I forgot he said that. What is your position on voting? We'll look for the edit soon, Adam. It'll make it clear.
Damn.
Right, exactly. Yes. Fucking disingenuous shit bags.
What I'm saying,
you can't ask that question.
We did discuss
you want to let me talk, Adam? Are you afraid of letting me talk?
No, go ahead. You have the floor.
I know that
you have the talking
early
stick.
on in my channel.
Look, I promise I won't
had
interrupt.
Like a couple of hundred subscribers, and I made a video about Ethan Van Sciver. You showed up to fucking talk shit in my comments about that. So Ethan Van Sciver, who has, let's just say a few problematic views, you were willing to defend him.
Well, Ethan Van Sciver is like a sexist, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being a sexist.
There's far more.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with being a sexist?
No, of course
not.
So
you think that's
why
fine?
You've been canceled, Adam. Why haven't you been canceled?
Why haven't I been canceled?
Right.
I guess.
There's nothing wrong with
what?
sexism. Why haven't you been canceled, Adam?
We're not popular enough to be canceled. I think that's the answer to the question.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan has very much been canceled, has he not?
He's making a
Ethan,
lot.
He's making millions on comics, man.
Yeah, but he lost his
comics that he hasn't even gotten out yet.
He lost his job at Marvel though because he.
You think he was entitled to keep that job?
Wait. Stop. Okay. No.
Yeah, we're supposed to be
listen.
doing closing statements. So
first of all, wait. No, wait. We have to address this. Okay. Unless you're
trying to keep it on the rails after like we've already just knocked them off of it.
The debate
no.
is not live, but our going over it is live. Yeah.
Besides, he wasn't fired from Marvel. His contract at DC was not renewed. That's it.
Suddenly going to say, I am a super conservative libertarian. No one is suggesting that anyone's entitled to a job anywhere. That's not what anyone is talking about. The question is, should social pressure be levied against people to get them fired from their jobs? I think that each is a case-by-case basis. It's not a question of being entitled to have a job
case-by-case basis. And
Ethan was fired for voting for Trump.
Several times that he had said
no way.
Ethan was fired for voting for Trump.
That's his story. He was fired for being an asshole. He was fired.
That's complete bullshit. You can look at the track record of the things that he's said and was probably reprimanded for.
Do you think people should be fired for voting for Trump?
No, of course not.
What?
Okay.
No, he wasn't fired for voting for Trump.
Bob,
There's lots of fucking Trump
Bob, I interrupted
and Republicans that work in comics, man. There's
Bob,
lots
Dan and I both interrupted your closing statement, so Bob,
sorry, Bob.
We'll give it back to you.
Well, essentially my point is to and it started out very simply. These guys are very bad critics. They're pushing the wrong ideas. And I don't like the idea that when people want to look up nerd culture stuff, they get these ideas. And obviously, we're not going to agree because obviously you seem to be thinking that, sexism and racism and transphobia now are fine. Then
I said sexism, you piece of fucking shit.
So what?
So this is where the tactic he takes here is indignant. Because Bob misspoke, I guess.
I'm racist with sexism.
He's like, "Hey, how dare you call me a sexist, a racist?"
You piece of fucking shit.
So sexism is fine, but the other stuff isn't?
Why are you so triggered, Adam?
Look,
was it something I said, Adam? Don't take it out on Bob. Dude.
Listen,
I'm the one that said it.
It's
right?
When I have liars on the show, when I have bad faith people on the show, I tend to get a little triggered. Okay.
So
much, huh?
So you're cool with sexism, but you're
I
not
said in the very beginning of the debate,
your entire fucking online presence is bad faith, dude. You're all of it, and I knew that going into it. We knew that going into it, and honestly,
how is his presence bad faith online?
We had a simple disagreement.
Just trust me that I've looked into it, man. Like it's pretty obvious to anybody that's not a fan of yours what you're about.
Obviously, we believe you. Okay. We had a very vocal disagreement at the beginning of the show.
Why haven't you been
about
canceled?
Me calling something evil? What did I call evil?
Hey, it looks like we blasted Adam Friended from orbit and left him stammering
in a smoking crater. Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking holy shit, he was so fucking triggered, man. And then I ask him, why haven't you been canceled, Adam?
Evil.
If you're sexist, why haven't you been canceled?
Please turn your brains on. We've had a 2-hour discussion. Obviously, I said in the beginning of the thing, in the very beginning of the debate, I said, please, anyone remember?
You said racism was evil.
Yeah.
Racism is evil, right?
Okay.
That's what you said, yeah.
Yes.
But you think sexism is fine?
Bob, are you a groomer?
What the hell? What the fuck does that even mean?
There's that
what
again.
The fuck?
Man, that's honestly a sign of desperation.
No, wait. Okay.
It's a sign of desperation.
Wait, why did you just get angry?
Wait, in your arguments.
Why did
because you know what that signals to your audience, and it's complete bullshit.
So maybe that's why Adam got angry when you said he was like a racist.
Someone gets it,
dude. He just said he's cool with sexism.
He was racist.
He
dude?
literally just said he's cool with sexism.
That's what Bob said.
He literally just said he's totally fine with racism. Literally.
No, you said I was fine with sexism, racism, and transphobia.
Because it usually all goes together.
It's reasonable to assume that if you're anti-woke and sexism is considered a thing that's, then you would,
You're so bad faith, it's disgusting, dude.
Yeah,
you are
Bob,
fucking
you're kind of
garbage.
ridiculously
You
bad
guys
faith
are
at this
fucking
point.
trash, dude.
Bob,
thank you.
You can
Bob.
fuck off. You're fucking disgusting.
Would you like to
human
finish
beings,
your
man.
your
You're almost worse than anti-woke people. Like you're almost worse
without
than
calling
sexist because you
anyone
at least
racist,
they're
would you
open,
like to finish your
wait?
closing
Why are you?
statement?
I'm so confused as to why you're so incredibly triggered, Dane.
I'm because
Wait, he's
because
triggered?
fucking Adam
Have
called
you
my
heard
friend.
No, he said, I would like to ask why you're so incredibly triggered. And I'm like, are you asking Adam that?
Yeah, let's talk about who was chronologically triggered first.
Yeah.
You know.
He has to say Dane because otherwise, like, yeah, you're talking to Adam, right? You're
A piece of shit, dude. That's why I got mad when Adam called my friend.
Yeah,
a
he calls
piece
you.
of
Okay,
shit.
I understand. That's fine. Okay. Do you want to finish?
It triggers people. I know.
Right,
Like,
I understand. So do you
look,
want
I
to
don't like
finish
racism is evil. Let me just make that clear here.
Yeah,
I don't like
racism is
racism.
evil.
I don't like being called a racist. I don't like racists. Okay. I don't like racists on the show. I don't like to debate racists. Okay. So
And then whenever you have a no bullshit who is a racist on the show, and Sitch actually takes him to task for it, he seemed to be kind of trying to, hey, calm down, relax a little bit, Sitch, calm down. They kind of bicker amongst each other because Adam's trying to get him to chill out on no bullshit. So he's more okay with racism than I am, and than Sitch is.
And I would largely argue it at this point. Pretty much the guys we talk about, like Nerdrotic, Critical Drinker, there's not a real difference between them and no bullshit at this point.
No, not really. I think that no bullshit was kind of making the same kind of comments and commentary in 2019, 2020 that these guys have worked their way. Not these guys, but Nerdrotic and whatnot. They've worked their way to it now.
Mm-hmm.
I bet we could do a comparison and pretty much see that.
Yeah.
Please finish your closing statement, Bob.
Okay, but let me just get you on the record right now. You're okay with sexism?
Sexism is fine. Yes, I have no problem with sexism.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. You were equating earlier. Harvey Weinstein was equated with being sexist, right?
Look. Now you're going to say.
Are you memeing Adam? What's happening with this sexism thing?
Well, I feel like when these guys say sexist, what they mean is like sexist jokes. Like we make sexist jokes.
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean
Is
at all.
that what we mean specifically?
Because you know that earlier in this conversation, you asked both of us. You said, "Do we believe that men and women should be treated the same and not be judged based on their gender?" And we both said yes.
Yes, totally.
So when your contention is that you think that.
And yet, whenever a woman's perspective is represented via She-Hulk in the show called She-Hulk, that is taken in a completely, just cynical, fucking, just apprehensive, hostile way compared to anything with a man expressing a man's perspective.
Dang, quit throwing your facts at them. That's very rude.
I'm triggered. I'm still triggered from back then. Called my friend a piece of shit,
Yeah.
I like how Sitch was like, yeah, he does fucked up. Should have done that.
When people are calling Ethan Van Sciver, because that was kind of what brought up this whole thing. I'm not super familiar with him whatsoever. That it's just that he's levying sexist jokes.
Yeah, all he's doing is
jokes.
But that's what Adam
all
says.
he's doing
And
is
apparently
making
he doesn't
sexist
know about
jokes.
or is playing blind to the many other examples of things.
Look, I've watched She-Hulk. According to She-Hulk, if you don't like the show, you're a sexist.
Right,
So
okay.
guilty. I'm guilty
Did
of
She-Hulk say that? When was that said on the show?
Yeah, I missed that
Did Disney
line.
say that? Did Marvel say that?
No,
Can you
the
please
show
be good faith, Adam.
itself said
Kevin
that.
Feige called me up and he said, "Listen, Sitch,
Yes.
I don't want Doctor Strange to show up in WandaVision or She-Hulk because he's a white male."
Well, what role would Doctor Strange even have in WandaVision? But just a cameo?
To be a white male. What do you mean? That would be his role.
There's white males in that show. Vision's in that show.
Oh my! We need to. We're closing statements. Or Sitch,
Okay.
are there any?
Well-
Bob, I'm going to assume you're done with your closing statement. Do we have any
We've gotten a
super
lot
chats?
from you already, so.
Gorosero for.
So I wonder if Adam is still cool with EVS or if this is the kind of thing, considering how concerned for grooming he is.
I don't want pedophiles to target our children. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they target Mark Brooks's children.
I wonder. Anyway, you know, it's fun to watch that kind of fucking fall apart again. I forgot that it would. I honestly, my memory was that it ended quicker than that. That I left quicker than that. But I guess I probably was thinking, I can't rage quit. Can't rage quit. Anyway,
There's something to be said for rage quitting every once in a while. Be like, fuck it, I'm out.
So yeah, I mean, was there anything else that you feel like this said after that we?
No, that was a big highlight.
That was fun.
Honestly, I remember editing it and thinking, yeah, we did fine, and then like going over again, it's like, yeah, we did fine.
And I'm gonna prioritize getting some clips out of this now that I've seen it freshly, so I can kind of remember where things are. Definitely, you know, the early on stuff about woke, but then Kendi and CRT and Marxism and there's actually more things than I remembered, because I don't even know that I noticed some of the shit originally. But anyway, guys,
it's insane.
Like the stream, please, and
yes.
you know, if you want to check out some awesome channels, they are linked in the description. There's also, you can check out the Shill Clips channel. We just hit 2,000 subs finally the other day, or a while back, I guess. You can head over there and see some clips and whatnot. Bob, I think, has a Patreon. I've got a Patreon. You know,
I also have a membership, and that's where I hide a lot.
Oh,
of my
rub it in,
streams.
why don't you?
If you wanna look for evil clips of me in my streams that are hidden, you'll have to pay me money.
If you want to go through his
They'll
videos,
own me.
look for him being
You
a
know.
bigot. You'd be bad
Yeah.
faith. You know,
I am, like, I'm gonna tell you, those ones that are blocked, I am so bad faith in them. There's so many clips you should go through.
Let's see what we got here. Got one little thing show on the way out the door. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this. Check this out.
For the Rippaverse, when Daddy Glenn shuts the money hose off because of diminishing returns.
Give me the damn money, Glenn.
Oh, come on, man.
We need the Glenn bucks.
Well, yeah,
We need the Glenn bucks.
well, yeah, give us the Glenn
Come
bucks.
on.
Damn, where is it at?
I forgot that there was that part at the end. Anyway, you know, you guys are awesome. Thanks for being here. Daddy Glenn, send us the Glenn bucks, and you know.
Yes.
What about you? You got anything?
Well, I mean, I got my stream tomorrow. I'll get a video out sometime this week. I'll probably cut Cavernacle unless I come across something really cool tomorrow, which I might.
Man, I've been seeing some takes coming out of his Discord server that are really fucking stupid. So
it doesn't surprise me. His takes get like you can watch all of his videos and like so many takes will be like fine or even educated. Then all of a sudden it will take a turn and you are like, what the fuck? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's kind of bizarre. Yeah, and then so yeah, this clip I'm gonna show here as we leave, as you hit the like button and subscribe and comment and share and all those things, engagement things. Just keep in mind that this is from an Adam and Sitch stream in which they watched this discussion that I comment on in this clip, and they barely even touched on the fact that the people talking about this were talking about this. That in mind, peace.
We can't find any solution to our cultural and political problems through the political system, and that perhaps it's time to look to older systems, strongman, monarchy, even dictator.
The right is doing every single fucking thing they've been accusing the left of doing, which is really, they typically just mean like goddamn Democrats, for years. They're doing it all. They've been doing it all. They've been saying that the left wants to fucking take away democracy. They want to end fucking, America as we know it, end freedoms. I have never seen the third most popular fucking left-wing, even Democrat fucking aligned media outlet having a fucking sit-down conversation about ending democracy, man. Daily Wire is about the third most popular after like Newsmax and Fox News. These guys are essentially mainstream. They're talking about ending fucking democracy, man. To whatever limited, broken, fucking flawed, degree that we have it, right? Like, I'm not sitting here saying we got perfect democracy. We don't. We got some, and some's better than none, I'd say. No
Subscribe to me. Oh, Dane. take my hand. I will lead